Hello.
Hi, Tom.
Oh,
I'm at my starting student screen so everybody can hear you, though.
Change my audio.
Apologies.
Okay. I should be able to hear you now.
Okay, well, my chat can hear you now, too, so.
Oh, well, you've already started the streaming? What the hell?
Yeah, you know. I'm on a starting student screen.
I I was gonna call to get the audio levels and stuff set first.
Go ahead. Get your audio levels set. And everybody will be able to hear this. It'll be in record forever on youtube.com/Sargato. There we go. Why was that so hard to remember?
It's that hard to remember your name?
This game seems rather loud to me. Let me turn down my... Yeah, actually, it's very, very loud. Hold on. Okay, that's better. When the game audio is peeking into yellow on its own. Ugh. Get out of yellow, game.
Gotta use a green herb. Can't be running around in caution like that.
Right? A little bit lower. Hopefully that's manageable. Also, my door's still open. Kitten, are you leaving? You staying or going? Going? It's probably a good choice. But it's good to see you. Hope you had a good nap. Okay. Sorry, I was in the middle of socials when you... So let me finish that.
I'm also doing this. So
Hey, Pick.
Okay. Ooh, also, more stream. Are you your chat?
Yeah, I should probably pull up yours here. There we go. So I'll have mine here, yours there. Discord here should be okay for now. Let's make it smaller. I don't need to see what I'm doing. There we go. I did just get an ad from Tom's server. What the hell?
How did that happen?
Well, look at you just throwing the multi-link in. That's so nice. Convenient.
Mm-hmm.
I should do that there too, actually. Womp. And then to do the berry thing and find a GIF. Who doesn't love the Dan Aykroyd saying, "This is final"? You know, it's the. Sorry.
Using automated GIF searching.
Yep.
Solve all your problems.
All my problems. I don't have the emote I need to convey a certain emotion. Giphy is my jam brand, whatever. Oh, hi, Null. Thanks for stopping.
And now, ooh.
Somebody not playing Arceus, I know. A bastion of safety in this trying time for you now. Yes. You know, I'm going to go ahead and switch over to this.
Do that.
So that...
And
Hi.
Should state to Nowl that I named my Rowlet Nowlet.
Nowlet? That's amazing.
Meow.
Is that my cat? Oh, yes, it is. Hi. You being a Dorcas? You want to come up here? Don't scratch my face.
Meow.
You can scratch my arm. You can scratch my chest. Just not the face, please, okay?
Kitten
Hi.
is upset.
Hi, Cookie. Well, she's She's not the well. She'll tolerate the belly rubs and the baby held, but not nearly as much as the other one will. And this one also tends to get overstimulated and then scratch, so you have to pay attention to her nonverbal signs. You want the game? I mean, I'm enjoying it. I'm also like super far behind like everyone else I've talked to. So.
Oh, I have. Okay, I should probably go to live. Fine. I should also go to live and say, I've played the new Pokemon game for all of 1 hour.
Oh, I've gotten to
I've
4.
been in a Yakuza routing hole for a while.
I got to like the first, I would say, major story beat thing, I think, but
I got to complete a portion of the tutorial.
Yeah, tutorial's about an hour and a half, 2 hours. So
yeah, so I'm not even out of the tutorial yet.
I was getting pretty upset about how long the tutorial was, which it's not super bad, but it was still enough to the point where it's like, you made an open world game, let me open world a little bit.
Let
like,
me explore.
Right, just a little. That's all I want. And then when they finally do let you, then it's better, right? Then a lot of my complaints went to the side for the tutorial side. It's just like,
and we'll see what I think about the game after that point. So far, I'm enjoying it. Oh boy, that game needs optimization. Ugh.
Yeah.
The frame stuttering all over the place.
For whatever reason, the skin tone I picked has red highlights, so it looks like my neck is falling off. If the lighting is weird, like the shadows or the shading or whatever is bombastically awful, like often, where like rocks look purple and stuff like, you know what I mean? It's just weird. Some of the design choices for that so far. So, yeah, and the thing is, like,
they're all design choices, and if it's going to be an immediate patch.
Oh god, I hope so. The battles are amazing. I love like being in the world of Pokemon and walking around and being able to throw stuff and things by myself, and all that I'm really, really, really enjoying, and it makes me hope that. I mean, the problem is I really like Let's Go's innovations too, and I was really like, oh man, I really hope they keep some of this stuff in the next game, and then they didn't keep any of it, right? And so that's where I'm feeling right now. It's like, oh, I'm having such a good time, and like, could you imagine like a mainline Pokemon game like this, and just amazing this would be? And
I've been counting this one as mainline in my head just because it feels that way, outside of just not being a split release and not having the traditional gyms and stuff.
Well, I mean, yeah, it has no way to play other players online, which is really unfortunate because I'm really hype about. You haven't gotten far enough to encounter the system yet, but so I won't spoil it. But there's something really neat that they did with battles that, again, it's one of those like, this is amazing. Please keep this without spoiling it for anyone. So,
and we shall see.
Yeah,
but I can't talk any further because I literally haven't gotten that far.
And again, I've gotten, like
trying
I said,
to go in as blindly as possible.
It would be the equivalent of like the first gym air quotes that I've made it to. So I'm not far either at this point. So
I've only done one or
nice.
2 battles.
Yeah,
and it's been I'm actually impressed by how snappy they are.
Yeah,
they're not. It's not like, oh, hey, you select a thing and then you have to wait 10 seconds per turn on each Pokemon to watch them do the thing. It's like you hit the button and they go and turns over in like 5 seconds. Like, oh, damn, it's actually being speedy.
Well, before we spoil anything else,
yeah,
I'm gonna go ahead and launch my save file.
Oh, I should do that too. Also, I tried booting up and it's like the story so far, and I'm like, oh, good. I'm gonna need a recap, and this recap's not gonna help.
Right. That's what I was waiting. All right, here we go, chat. Can you hear that?
Wait for it now. Paradox is dissipating. I'm in pain and I can barely breathe.
Load complete. The story so far.
Yeah, none of that helped. I'm super confused. It's quiet for you. Okay, let me turn it up a little then. It was like all the way up into like the yellow range when I first launched it today, but I haven't played something on the PS3 in a little while, so.
Oh yeah, that's right. I did do the.
Hi.
Yeah, well, you get different recap scenes depending on what you've done. I did a whole big city section at the end of last stream.
Yeah, that I wasn't near yet.
And then I got very stubborn at defeating a boss that you can just avoid and not deal with, and I'm just like, I'm beating him. God damn it.
With a staff of surpassing beauty and a
Okay.
proprietor who was
Also, that story so far explained fucking nothing.
Nope.
would ever stumble through its legendary doors.
I didn't turn it on.
As if
Damn it.
plucked from a children's storybook.
So let's just see where the game's gonna take me and see how much we've forgotten.
Right? Alright, let's do that. There we go.
The double multi. Wow.
Well, it didn't take the first time because I goofed and didn't turn. I set the command up and then didn't hit the go button, so it's fine. And also, I wanted to change my thing so it says it at the end there too, in case anybody else joins later. Okay, there we go. Then go back over here. I can see Tom traveling through time. I'm going to Serendipity apparently.
I'm going to the tower.
You're
Again?
going back to the tower? Nice.
It's a different time period of the timer, or the tower.
From the little bit I think I picked up on or something, the tower's going to be very important for the main plot, I think.
Probably.
Which would make sense, because towers are one of those motifs that Final Fantasy likes to use, so. Oh my god, I forgot about these
Also,
load
hold
times.
on. Hold on. They just dropped a Liam O'Brien. I'm just like, Grimoire of Ice? Is that you?
Wow, check it out. What is this place?
After the cutscene, now I'll give you a description.
I don't think it's a theme park. Maybe a casino?
I
I've never seen anything
I
like
was-
it before.
too entranced by the fact that I heard Liam O'Brien.
Well, I guess it's
So
worth
what am I
taking a
doing?
look.
I've
Can I not loot that? No? Okay.
Welcome to our timeless paradise, Serendipity. You guys are travelers lost in time, right?
Legend of Vox Machina?
Wait, so you know who we are?
I don't know.
That's
What that
that's the Matt Mercer role-playing thing, isn't it? That's on Amazon.
Have no knowledge of such thing.
I don't really know much
But
about
that's
gambling or placing bets.
I don't closely follow like Matt Mercer or anything or any other voice actors.
Some casino coins from the exchange desk. Go enjoy.
Are any of these monitors going to actually do anything for me or no?
Oh, it's about Critical Role. Well, then I don't care about it.
Ah.
I'm so far behind in Critical Role. Well, Mog bailed on me. So that's
Ah,
nice.
well.
All right, now.
Now Sarah doesn't have a weapon.
That's also true, yes. Although I gotta say, the Final Fantasy, so when they did the Lightning Returns thing, all the Mog weapons were the weapons you got for like the skins and stuff like that, except for Gladiator / Paladin, you get the Blazefire Saber, which is Lightning's gun from the first game, which was nice because it was like the first gunblade in the game that you could use for a while in Final Fantasy XIV. Anyway, I'm trailing off on useless topics here. Okay, so the plot of Final Fantasy 13-2. So to talk about the plot of Final Fantasy 13-2, we need to talk about the plot of Final Fantasy 13. And that doesn't make any sense. So, yeah, that's about it, right? Did I cover everything good, Tom?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
sounds about right. Better than I can explain it. I'm already messing up buttons.
So the biggest thing you need to know is that there is a world in Final Fantasy 13 called Cocoon. And there's a world called... what's the other one? Shoot. There's Cocoon, and then there's... Tom, help me out here.
I'm sorry. I'm just hanging out with my bros in the tower. Like literally just a copy and paste of the same NPC
Oh no.
all over the place.
Oh no. Cocoon and...
It's fine.
No, not Silcoon. No.
I've been playing too many other games than this. I keep hitting triangle to interact with things.
That's amazing.
Also, Araxide's Vox Machina is the name of the party for Critical Role's first
Oh, the
campaign.
first campaign. Oh, okay. I can't remember the... Okay, I'm looking it up. I'm Googling it. It was funny is there's a recap that we actually played through at one point in this that has all the 13 plot in it.
There was a 2 and a 1. This one? Did I get it? Fuck.
Grand Pulse. Yeah, so Grand Pulse is like the smaller planet, and Cocoon is the larger planet. And you play the majority of the normal 13 on Grand Pulse, which is trying to crash into Cocoon to destroy it. And you, like, disobey the gods that give you your mission in 13 to create a crystal tower that prevents Grand Pulse from crashing into Cocoon. And that's how the game ends. And then 13.2 starts, and you're playing as Sarah, who is over there, and this other guy that you meet later. Well, Sarah's Lightning's sister. You were basically trying to save her throughout the entire first game. But stuff's kind of weird. Not exactly how you remember when the game starts. And then Noel shows up, and Noel's from, like, the end of time. And then it's a time game. So you're, like, going through various, like, periods in time and trying to, like, fix stuff.
The first rule of gambling is knowing when to quit. But I do like watching the patrons get excited about letting their bets ride.
Sorry, I talked to an
They
NPC.
look so hopeful. I recommend the slot machines to any first-timers. If you want to show off your chocobo, the chocobo races are the way to go. Some plays are still...
No, I don't think it's Ocean Compliant either.
I hope you come back when they're finished to enjoy the new attractions we'll be offering.
Now, is the Moogle that turns into a bow and arrow for our party member to use as a weapon, is that also OSHA compliant? Sounds a bit like animal cruelty and also weapons in the workplace, so probably not.
Is this Chocobo Racing? If this is Chocobo Racing, that might be the rest of my stream for the night.
Oh, okay. That's just part of Mog's job, is to be a weapon, so it complies.
That's funny. Yep, we found the Chocobo track.
Hell yeah.
This might be dangerous.
Welcome to the Chocobo races. I see you have a way with animals. I think that's wonderful. Do you have a Chocobo in your party? You need to register your Chocobo, and he'll be able to participate.
It's in the contract. Well,
You can win casino coins.
just
like
because
that.
something's in a contract doesn't mean it's illegal.
Give it a try.
That's also true. And as a gentle reminder, I'm using the best PS3 controller, a PS5 controller.
Still baffles me that that works.
And it's so good!
Meanwhile, I'm just
Chocobo
like,
races.
man, I every time I handle the PS3 control, I'm like, wow, this controller's tiny.
Yeah, it feels like garbage. I only have 6-axis controllers. I don't even have a one with rumble. So,
Oh, God.
yeah, it's really chintzy.
But now I'm just like, if my dang PS4 controller's USB port wasn't so jank by now from overuse, I'd love to use that for PC more than PS5 because the PS5 controller feels great. It's fucking heavy.
It is.
Big.
May the goddess smile upon you.
It feels great for a while, but then over time it's like, man, it's nice to have a less weight.
Yeah, but I also like the Duke, so...
Oh, the big beefy original Xbox.
Yeah. Do I do anything? No, I just get to watch the race? Okay. Well, maybe this won't be the rest of my night then. Also, I forgot how the chocobos in this world have the giant jowl things. Can I tell him to go faster, or? Nope.
Oh wait, there's a button
Literally just
for
watching.
Mog to scan the area.
Oh, but if I hit X, he boosts. Maybe I can affect this a little bit? I don't know.
A wild art. I don't remember what those
Boost!
do. Also, remember R1 is Mog scan.
Oh, yeah. That will be important, won't it?
Also, you can throw Mog. I don't remember how to throw Mog.
Is it L2, maybe?
L1. Launch! Go!
We lost the race, chat.
I
Every game is a gamble.
I threw Mog onto the platform in the tower. Mog bounced off of it and then into the abyss. I don't know where Mog is anymore. I'm sure they're fine.
You're allowed to do a start, and you're allowed to do a...
Hmm.
And then also you have a boost. That's it. Well, I only got the basic bitch color? I mean, because that's all I've caught so far. I think it's the only... No, that's right. I did meet a black one, didn't I? And I tried to catch them for a while, and then... Oh, I goofed up at the start.
Good.
How many controllers do you have? No. Because, like, I got a lot over here right now, too. I've got 3 or 4 Wiimotes. I got a PS3 controller that's, like, corded. Got 3 6-axis controllers. I've got a Wii U, which itself is basically a controller.
Did I already get the
3
access key
N64
for this?
controllers, it looks like.
Apparently, I already got the access key for this. I got tutorialized on, hey, tower things unlocked by doing stuff in other worlds, and you get access keys. Turns out I already had it. So neat.
I don't think we're going to be able to win races with this Chocobo. They are very bad.
What? Sarah, why are you asking if she's in this time period and not the fact that she's in the goddamn cross-time tower? Isn't that more concerning?
The Oracle lady, I'm guessing you're talking about?
No, the female Hope-looking lady.
Oh. We coming up here? Come on. We can come out. Come on. I'm sure chat would love to see you. Okay. Ugh, tired.
Did you know? A new play area will be open soon. An exciting new game. I can tell you're excited about the
Mm-hmm.
Are you enjoying your time at our wonderful casino?
Who could have guessed?
Hungers for entertainment. That is why we're currently, when construction is finished, will you be the...
Mm-hmm.
Hello, kitten. Why are you, like, keeping your head out of the shot?
I'm here to assist you with whatever. Do you have any questions on how to play any of the games? You'll need to purchase.
Okay, where do I purchase coins? Where do I purchase coins?
Oh yeah, that's right. I did go to the casino area before. Oh hi Chocolina. I forgot about you.
Ah, yes, Chocolina, my favorite character. By the way, all of the NPCs in the Chocobo racing area have that outfit on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So, Chocolina's not the only one. Oh, also, I think I just found Chocolina here.
My dear travelers
Oh,
of
no,
time,
it's a mystic.
I see you have in your possession some fragments. Do you know their power?
Well, we're not exactly sure what they do.
Also, wow, I wish there was a
Those
run button.
fragments are remnants of a time past. The goddess's will is that they fall into the
If I want to
hands
do
of
my
those
searching, I have to
with
take
the
a
purest
slow,
heart.
gentle strut.
So are they something we're supposed
Oh,
to
also,
have?
I have
You
all my
two
Joy-Cons are
will
just laying here
provide
currently on my
theirs.
desk.
You will find more as you continue your journey
And
in
the
the
Pro
outside
controller.
world. Come back and present them to
And
me,
another
and I
PS5
shall grant
controller
you a humble
that's hooked up to my PC.
Mm-hmm.
Fragments of the Mystic.
Oh,
Gosh, she may be able to
Quite
awaken new
interesting.
powers within you. These abilities are known as fragment skills. Are these cheats?
It is
what? I
clear
don't
as
even know what
day.
fragment skills.
You were the ones chosen by the goddess. The fragments you carry are proof of
Yes, I
her
count them.
faith in you.
What?
My Moogle throw is now new and improved.
Okay. Okay.
You may now throw Mog in random directions. He might come back with stuff.
Okay. I guess I need to find a box and fix it. Is the mission I just accepted?
I can't throw him in here. Okay.
If you present me with any, the
What was the
distortion
viewpoint that was on that mission? Is that the hint?
Okay. I mean, that thing that I have allows me to kind of have that now. I mean, I have 2 PS2s, 2 PS3, 2 PS4, 3 Wiimote, 2 Nunchucks, 3 N64, 4 GameCube, and 2 Game Boy adapters, which would be previous controllers, 2 Super Nintendo and Genesis controller, and 2 Pro controllers. Like 4 pairs of Joy-Cons. See, my PlayStation
That's
2 is
a lot.
up in my bedroom, so all my PS2 controllers are up there right now. And then my Super Nintendo is out in my dining room on an old CRT, so that it's like, you know, age or era appropriate, I guess. That's got, I think, 3 controllers there. And then PS4 is in the living room, so all my PS4 controllers are out there. And then I've got the SNES Mini in the kitchen with the SNES Mini controllers. But that's not in here with me, so they don't count.
Welcome to Serendipity. It's a place where dreams come true.
Welcome, guys. Serendipity is the most fantastic place you'll ever visit in
Also, I'm going back to the game store tomorrow again, Tom. I'm gonna
To the
find
what
me.
store?
I'm gonna find that one in De Pere.
Oh.
I'm gonna find me another Dragon Warrior 1 copy. I was there last week as well.
You went all the way up to the pier?
My grandmother passed away last week.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And I was visiting family up there. And
Gotcha.
they're doing a thing tomorrow as well, so I will be going up there again tomorrow.
Hmm.
And I'm just like, well, if I have to go deal with this, I might as well go there as well. So I have so many, I know, but I also have kids who like to do stuff, so that like I can be like, the kids are like, oh, I'm like, go play on the Super Nintendo, you know, stuff like that.
Do you have any questions on how
I don't have any questions.
you'll need to purchase casino coins?
It's not just me here.
Did I lose?
Sometimes. Sometimes it is just me being sad and lonely.
Welcome. In order to play, once you've won yourself more, stop by any.
Coins. Should I convert all my money into coins?
Yeah. I don't see a reason why not. Might as well just go into gambling debt right away as soon as you can. It's the real strat of Final Fantasy 13 too.
May you be blessed by the goddess of fortune.
Cool. The Gods of Fortune. They're a real thing in this game, I'm pretty sure.
Probably.
How do I save? Game, how do I save?
I did it.
The machines have good days and bad days. Talk to me if you want to know the condition of any of the machines we have.
Okay.
That'll probably work.
Any good or bad machines today?
It's not doing well, but it's not doing poorly either.
Okay. Then I'll play a table game instead.
This works.
How do I play a table game?
It is what it is.
Did I not play table games yet?
Your calm to win.
Do you have any questions?
I've
To be unlocked in the future with downloadable content.
hell yeah.
So we can only play slots, apparently.
Nice. So now you can do the big boy gambling, I guess.
Pull the lever. I was considering buying the DLC again today just to dab on it, but you would fight a deity of fortune. That's fair. You fight them? Maybe. How do I... Can we... Hello? Maybe I shouldn't skip the tutorial.
Just maybe. What is... Okay. That's very good. Right, I can't equip anything to anyone. Gosh dang it. Man. I keep saying I've forgotten everything, but I have. It's gonna be just a delight as soon as we have to get into combat again.
Can I do more than one bet? I don't understand. That's...
I played Kingdom Hearts 2 randomizer one time, and I used circle for talking and confirm because it's a mod of the JP version.
Oh, I see. How'd that race go, by the way? I didn't actually have time to check in on it.
Morgan and I were just messing around.
Oh, I thought there was one...
Recently. There was one we did. We streamed a few months back.
Will in something?
Oh, I raced Will in Mario Galaxy last weekend.
Well, congratulations on your win.
I won. Why? Why did you assume I won right away?
I was right, wasn't I?
You were, but...
Okay, so then don't question it.
I also raced Dan in Hollow Knight Randomizer again.
And you creamed Dan, so... I did hear about that one.
Okay.
I wasn't going to talk about that one, because I'm sure, you know...
You're sure what?
People are upset about how badly you want them, you know?
Well...
Whoa, thank you very much, Nell, for that
No,
subscription, even if I can't read your comment on stream. It's too uncouth, you know? Twitch ads can eat my entire ass. Thanks, Jeff Bezos.
Thanks, the platform that I'm currently streaming on. I don't even... Sure.
Yeah, I didn't see that race either, but I heard it wasn't even close, so...
It could have been much closer, but as happens sometimes when we're playing our randomizer things is we don't have full understanding of the logic that's being used for the randomizer.
Oh my god, I just got a jackpot.
And
what? I jackpotted!
hell yeah.
Yay.
What can you buy with that jackpot?
We got a gamer over here. Oh, I found out I got 2 in there this time? Oh, okay, we're in victory mode now. What does that mean? The music got dramatic suddenly.
But yeah, with the Hollow Knight randomizer, because we don't know all the details of how the game generates logic, but we had a setting on that was a quality of life addition to add some platforms so that, like, in early exploration areas you don't soft lock yourself all the time.
Sure.
But those platforms that quality of life adds platforms back up to the tutorial area that you would normally have to climb on left-facing walls to be able to get back up. But now there's platforms there. So Dan treated it as that's not in logic and would not have considered that an option.
Oh no.
So he never attempted it. Versus me, I saw the platforms there, and eventually once I got far enough and whittled down all my options, I'm just like, that feels like the only place that's left. So I went there and found 2 very important checks. And then eventually Dan just ran out of options, and I told him to go to that area, and he's just like, but how? And I told him the quality of life thing. He's just like, oh, I didn't know that was there. So it's like, because yeah, we were under the expectation that that wasn't going to affect the logic of the seed, that the game would not think that, or would not treat that as an accessible path, that it was just there for, hey, if you're falling, like, you can get back up.
Yeah.
Did not expect that to affect logic. So yeah, it kind of gave me an unintended advantage by just playing around with that quality of life feature, which stinks. And it's not the only time. It's not the first time we've had crap like that happen in our randomizer stuff. One was in Kingdom Hearts 2, because there's the Hades tournaments in that game.
Yep.
And there's one you have to do in the main game that gets a couple of checks. That's called the Hades Cup, but it's only like 3 rounds and it's already done. But then there's the actual Hades Cup, which is something completely different. That's like a 50 turn type of situation.
Yep.
Where it just like takes forever, and I'm just like, I thought we turned that off, so I never went and did the first one. So it's like, and I lost because of that. It's just like, well, that's just some nomenclature stuff.
I understand.
Yeah, it happens. Thus can be the extent of nonsense that can happen in randomizers. Fuck him up. Oh. I forgot I had a Flan on my team. Flan just decided to throw up on the enemy.
Oh, nice.
Beautiful. Okay, that was a terrible fight. I've forgotten how to play the game. I'll blame it on the Paradox game. Uh-huh.
He's getting OSHA violations now? No, what? I don't know what victory mode's doing for me. For the record, I've already lost all my winnings, so... Oh, Tom threw the Moogle into the void?
Don't worry about what I did with the Moogle in the void. Oh, that's not good. Where's Phoenix Down? Heal quickly. What? What? How did you go down, Sarah? We were healing.
Fuck. So
Oh,
close.
this is bad. Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is bad. Okay, we need to take down these soldiers.
That's the only thing you hate now? Time is literally unraveling itself, and I'm fucking around in a casino.
Listen, you have your priorities right.
Right?
Okay, get rid of these things. Okay, what in the world? I hate the in-combat camera. Why's it gotta show me around so much? The in-combat camera is usually not so bad. It is being very bad in this small little elevator.
Q10? Why did you sneak in here again?
Why does any of this?
Why does any of this is just this game, Tom? Don't worry.
Exactly, but like they're treating this all so terrible, but it's like one small split sub timeline. I don't. What am I supposed to care about? Get rid of these jerks. Okay, that's good.
Right? I kind of forgot that I couldn't hear Tom's music. I just assumed it was their battle sounds, but no, it's just the slots. Yeah, I don't know if victory mode does either. Ooh, I got a thing. Like that. Oh, I'm out of victory mode now.
What was victory mode?
Back to the casino music now.
Oh, now is it time for the boss fight?
Save game. How do I get out of the...
It looks like it's clearly open.
How do I get out of the slots?
Hope.
Damn.
Or whatever your name's, Noel.
Noel. Isn't it?
It's Noel, yeah. Or Noel or whatever. Hi, Liam O'Brien. Welcome back.
I can't get out of How do I leave the slot machine game?
You can never
select just quit. There we go. Okay. Whew. Found it. Which I'm so happy they remapped the share button to actually be a select button. Otherwise. Alright. Let's get out of here. Get tense. Stop opening my door. One kitten is on my computer, the other one is in the cat bed. They are looking at each other menacingly.
But is that it? No big boss?
I found how to save again. It's the start button.
Wow. Who would have thought?
Not me. Because that was like literally the last button I tried, so.
Oh, I found a paradox cube. How do I? Oh. Oh, okay. Forgot about the preemptive strikes.
I don't know what any of this means again. You got all the fragments in the Coliseum. I think I'm supposed to go to Academia.
In 400 AF, the Academy is the de facto government. Their crowning achievement is academia, a magnificent city which surpasses any that existed on Cocoon
I can't
under the Fal'Cie hegemony. The man that laid the foundations for the project was Hope Estime, the leader of the Academy in its formative years. Science has progressed to the stage where mankind is able to build its own artificial Fal'Cie. Powered by this proto-Fal'Cie, human society flourishes like never before.
Wait, do I just throw Mog at that?
Ba-ba-da-bum, ba-da-ba-bum, 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 ba-da. Sorry.
Get it. Are you actually gonna get it, Mog?
I'm timey-wiming.
It's right there. Mog did get it. Yay. Good Mog.
Give Mog a pet. So I can't believe I got a jackpot so quick. That was nice. And then immediately put all my winnings back into the machine and, you know, lost it all.
The power to influence the
You looked up the slot stuff?
The power to alter destiny. Such an ability may, if one was not careful, change a person's fate for the worse. Such power was never meant for mortal man.
Oh, sweet! I got.
None who possess the wisdom to wield it.
I got the Flaninator.
Sarah, you must seek out your own answers.
Don't
as you
question.
waver at the edge of despair.
I forgot. The Flaninator is the healing flan with the siren on its head.
Oh.
You build something like this.
Because I forgot that was also an enemy in this game. This series is so weird.
Yeah.
Probably took a lot of people working together over decades, maybe even centuries, to make this city what it is now.
They had a vision for the future, and it grew from there, huh? You know what, Sarah? I used to think the only way to make a better future was to change something right away, in the here and now. But creating something for people to build on, that's not a bad idea.
What do I do? This.
Right? Even if it can't be completed in one lifetime, it's still worth
So this just
starting.
that just doesn't
If
work.
you believe that someone in the next generation will take up the same ideal,
Hooray for simple puzzles that I'm taking forever on because it has to load a cutscene every time I move one of the pieces.
Oh no.
I wish she could have seen it.
You mean? She's very special to you, isn't she?
What is this rotate? No, I don't want to rotate that one.
She was.
Rotating that one doesn't do me anything.
Oh,
rotate back.
Noel got some rain on their face.
Actual rain or something else?
It was a tear.
It's a terrible thing, right?
Why did a bunch of people just get turned into those Lassie things? What the hell?
I
Who
don't
did this?
know.
Not a human. Only felt.
I got a trophy. Threat Facer.
Nice.
The Eye of Sauron season. So, like, that did look like one of the Fal'Cie that, like, can turn people into ghouls. But why would it have turned a bunch of random citizens into ghouls? I don't know.
You gotta stop it.
Good Christian.
You already finished this chapter, didn't you?
I did? Probably. I don't remember finishing it.
I'm in like Star Wars now.
Like one of the sky cities, or
Yeah. Like Nar Shaddaa or Coruscant looking city. Ah, yes, this game from the age of QuickTime events. It's all coming back to me now.
The goddess must like us.
had the One Ring tattoo. Oh, yeah, no, because Sarah is a l'Cie that failed at their mission.
Goddess must like us.
So that was the l'Cie tattoo.
Something like that.
That's why they were a crystal in the first game, because they failed at their mission. Look, the setting in the lore is so complicated they couldn't even put it in the games, okay? And I've complained about this before, because, like, the idea of fal'Cie and l'Cie and stuff like that isn't super complicated when you break it down into, like, normal Final Fantasy lore stuff. But, like, when they initially introduced it, like, because they were trying to be edgy, you know, mid-2000s, whatever. Well, we can't call them Crystal Bearers or whatever. Warriors of Light.
Crystal Bears.
They gotta be l'Cie or whatever.
I wish there was a Final Fantasy with Crystal Bears.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Have you played the remake of crap, what's it called? The GameCube one.
Oh, Crystal Chronicles?
Yeah.
No, I have not.
The nice thing about it is, like, you can download
the of the gameplay of Crystal Chronicles and just kind of went like, nah, not.
Oh
for me.
no, it's yeah. I mean, it's all collaboration and cooperation, and I don't know how you would. I've played with strangers, and most of the strangers I played with were using super high level gear that just, you know, carries you basically, right? But if you were actually trying to play with friends, like, you would have to be in a voice call, because, like, to get, like, to the higher tiers of magic, you have to, like, combine your spells together and stuff. So.
Oh wait, okay. Wait,
else?
I need.
That's fine. I'm literally just
That one's
fighting this. None of these ghouls
why-
seem particularly strong or anything, so I don't really know.
God damn it! I need to make. For some reason, I couldn't use that terminal before. I don't think, and then now I have to repeat this giant section of the puzzle again. Also, at some point, I should probably open up my menu and deal with the new monsters that I got.
Yeah, maybe.
Because secretly, we're still playing Pokemon.
Yeah. And each Pokemon has an entire sphere grid we gotta worry about.
There, I've done it. I've solved your puzzle. No. No, respawn. Get off the ground, Noel.
There's like literally like 3 platforms here. I can't figure out what I'm supposed to do. Yeah, it's fine, whatever.
Get rid of these healers. They are doing too much healing.
I mean, you know what my opinion was earlier now, and it hasn't changed, right? Like, I don't think there's a problem with it, personally. It's like, okay, it'd be one thing if, like, it was something that you did constantly. Oh, okay, here. I could change the direction of this. That would help. Then, you know, maybe I would say something.
Bad. I don't have any Phoenix Downs. I probably should have bought some of those. No, what are you doing still floating in the air? Get in there and hit the boy. Jeez. Howdy, Juice. Thanks for stopping by. That was awful.
Is Juice doing a spin?
Yeah, the Juice always does. Because, I mean, who would?
I mean, I get very, like, inner ear sick when I spin, because I used to spin too much when I was young, so.
Oh, that doesn't sound.
No,
Wasn't.
very nauseous. Spinning around at the speed of sound. Makes sense. Sound does tend to spin a lot. I think the physics are sound there.
I spin a lot?
No, the physics of sound are spinning.
Oh, sound. I thought you said Tom spins a lot. I'm just like, I do?
That I'm aware of, but whatever you do in your free time is up to you.
Hope they're not talking about us.
The bots must see us as intruders.
That can't be good.
I mean, I know I'm fidgety when sitting, but not. I wouldn't say I'm spinning.
This terminal's on. Shall we do some snooping?
Snoop away. We can't fight back if we don't know what we're facing.
Also, spinning is accurate for what I'm doing because I'm doing a room spinning puzzle.
Oh, those are fun.
Yay, I did it. I got the last
System is
treasure
out of
chest.
control and you find yourself
Okay.
trapped inside a limited area. Defeat the security bots and guard the glowing
Oh,
barricades.
baby, I got a platinum casino ticket. I don't know what it does, but I got it.
We got a map.
Who's closing things off?
I don't think it is.
Got a map.
This is all the
Got a
work on
map.
machines.
Got a map.
Oh, thinking about the sea makes me
Drop.
so sad. They used to be regular people, you know? They lived their lives just like you and me. Well, not exactly like me, of course, since I'm not human. I feel so blue, but I might feel better if you buy something.
Chocolina confirmed that they're not human. So what the fuck are they?
Take them down. No, take them down before they keep healing. God damn.
That is way better than what you're currently using.
Yeah, I just got a massive attack boost with new weapons too.
Oh no.
Although I think you can upgrade weapons in this game. I don't know how, but I think you can.
Well,
Thank you kindly. I hope my show is helping people in some way. no
Chocolina,
matter
you
how
barely know
indirectly.
Lena? Oh. That's fair. Get consent first, chat.
You have to stay away from the security bots. They're out of control and attacking humans left and...
I'm working on restoring the network. The database is being flooded with corrupt information.
Corrupt information?
Well,
Is that a side effect of the paradox?
That's the current theory. At this
I
rate,
love when
long
I'm just
before
about to
the
hit a
entire network
switch
is
and then
infected.
enemies spawn.
Is there anything we can do to help?
There is. The paradox seems to be spreading from our topographical data banks. If we can replace this section with the correct data, maybe we can stop the corruption.
And we can help you do this?
Yes, you can. What we need is data from places that someone has physically visited. We need area maps that are 100% confirmed.
Also, apparently Hope got assassinated in one timeline.
Really?
Yeah,
There's him, right?
yeah, pretty much. And then he comes back in 13, the Lightning Returns, and is like God or something.
Yeah, I think it's the god of fate or something.
Something like that.
Because lightning is working for the god of time, I believe, in that one.
Something like that. It's a lot.
They're taking up position in front of the wall.
Also, I love a puzzle that includes an incredibly long walkway. that you have to walk all the way back across the area again.
That guy must have been the gatekeeper, huh?
Guess so. Now we know how to get past the
It's
rest of these
great.
barricades.
I love walking down narrow hallways where enemies spawn and I can't walk past them. Just have to
Final Fantasy 13 players, I love long hallways. All right, now enjoy your time at Walmart. Make sure you get a cheesecake.
Hell yeah, cheesecake.
Well, Tom, I appreciate you asking me to play more of this game.
Who was the one who asked?
I don't remember. Pretty sure you set the date.
I did do that, I think. Because also, you wouldn't set a date.
Look, I told you 2 o'clock in the morning, so...
And... Howdy, Bubbles. Thanks for stopping by.
Harder hallway daddy? Oh my god. Oh my goodness gracious. Did y'all see what Naked Arcade Bubbles was saying there in Tom's chat? It's enough to make a man blush.
I was... You said a word starting with BL, I'm just like...
What word? What? Oh. Gotcha.
Oh good, I'm on the next floor for another room rotating puzzle.
You got it. You know, the puzzle in the tower is the puzzle of your heart.
I would not put it past this game to do it. Oh, live trigger. It's just like a murder mystery.
I don't know. I went to this futuristic city and now I'm fighting like non-stop, so I don't know what the... Like there's constant zombie spawning or something? I don't know what's going on. I kind of vaguely remember you complaining about this, I think.
Yes. Yeah, that city area is frustrating to move through.
Well, I mean, like, I would argue that you are incorrect, but only because they do a really piss poor job of explaining their story. And I think that
they do.
This game is better because it's fun to play. And, like, even if the story doesn't make sense, at least the gameplay is fun. If that makes sense.
Makes some sense. Also, I can't remember if it was the case or not. I thought I read somewhere that, like, they set off on this game with the plan to make a trilogy.
Oh, yes.
Like,
Yes.
beginning.
So, they, they did 10-2, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the exact quote, I think, was talking about how they had realized that, like, reallocate, like, so, like, 10-2 did not sell anywhere nearly as good as 10, the base game did, right?
Mm-hmm.
But because the development costs were so low from making it, like, it was almost as profitable as 10 basically for them. And realizing that, they wanted to do a lot more of that moving forward, right? And obviously, like, 12's development hell is not indicative of that, right? With all the various director changes and all the other stuff happening or whatever, right? So when they went into 13, the intent was that, the whole Cristarum package, basically, right? So 13 versus the 313 base games and then all the various spin-off, mobile Cristarium and all the other stuff, whatever, right? Hey, Juice. And, like, again, technically they were successful because they were able to keep the development costs lower on 13 and Lightning Returns, 13-2, excuse me. And so, again, they were very profitable even though they didn't sell nearly as well as the original 13 did, right? And I think the only reason they ever gave pause to that strategy moving forward is because then you had like 15's development hell, right? So.
Mm-hmm.
Which I was playing that. I had watched something. I think it was somebody who was asking if 15 was still worth playing in 2021. Yeah, sounds right. And I had like listened to this YouTube video, and it had made me want to go back and try 15 again. And then I figured out that I had the Royal Edition on PS5 because of the PlayStation Plus stuff, right? If you have a PS5, which the Royal version has the 3 of the 4 DLCs or whatever, right?
Not this way.
What was I working? I think I was working.
No, I think we're trapped.
I think you're right.
It's only 6.
There's a pig ride BTTV emote. I might have to look
Or
that
is
up
that
later.
a pig animated?
That's a good question too.
I should probably have you be better Sentinel, should I? I should do that instead. So I don't think I have any good Sentinel right now.
All right, we give up. We won't fight anymore, so why don't you
Let's
show
say
yourself?
capacity 50. I don't even know.
Caius.
Pretend to capitulate and buy yourself time. It's not a bad strategy.
You've got no reason to fight me, Caius.
Wrong. You are
Should
the
I have a
enemy.
class with 2
You are
medics?
contradiction
Do
to
I
the
have a
timeline.
class with, or
I have every reason
paradigm?
to eliminate you. 200 years ago, you learned the forbidden history, and were entombed in that tower as a consequence. But now you stand before
I do.
me alive and well once again.
I should probably
Can that
get
be, if not a
Sarah some medic
paradise?
abilities then, if I'm
Towers and
having
forbidden
her be a
histories?
medic.
What's he talking
Oh,
about?
that'd be smart.
Could it be something from the future?
Could be. Maybe at some point we travel 200 years before this time and encounter Caius there. But I don't plan
Oh,
on
she's
letting
not that
him
good
kill
of a
us.
medic.
There is no mistake.
Hmm,
You are
that's
one and the
not-
same.
That's
A
not great.
distortion, a contradiction.
Caius.
Oh, she learns
this isn't
raise
like
though.
you.
That'll be
If you're in
huge.
your way, why not just stop us yourself?
A fitting sacrifice was required for you
That'll
to
be huge,
comprehend
probably.
your transgressions. To that end, I enlisted some assistance.
So why is this mini?
Sarah!
Right.
Hi, my name is Caius. I'm the big bad guy, but I'm not gonna fight you myself. I'm just gonna make this Falsi summon more ghouls. Enjoy. You know, the thing that we've killed like 1 billion of by this point. I don't understand. But anyway, I would say that 15 is not worth playing in 2000.
I played not that much of 15. And I think I'm fine with that. I think I
See-
played it for like 15-ish hours, and then I'm just like, why am I still playing this? And I stopped.
Well,
I just got bored with it.
this alarm sound got even more alarmed.
Killing him.
Cool.
Why? Why would you do that?
Coon's Falsi were like that too. They wouldn't think twice about sacrificing human life.
So, yeah, like, I think this, like... Like, I really enjoy the story of 15, but, like, the journey to get there isn't really worth it, if that makes sense. Like, I'm happy I played through it. I'm glad I did. It was a good time. And then, like, learning that I beat the final boss, like, 15 to 20 levels under what I should have been at that point was funny to me. Which also, I think, speaks a lot to how bad the combat is, that, like, that's possible, right? On a casual playthrough, mind you, not me trying to do that as a challenge or something, you know. But the combat is so boring. Like, and I didn't even realize when I first played through that you could just hold the button and not just attacks. But when you learn that, it makes it even
yeah,
worse.
it feels weird. It's so weird that you're holding it instead of tapping it.
Right. And I'm just very happy that Final Fantasy VII Remake, they got the combat right, because it's the same engine as 15. But they fixed pretty much every issue with the combat in 7 Remake. And I wish they'd go back and fix it in 15. But I get why they won't, because they've done so much for that game post-support, and, like, basically lost a ton of money doing so, so, like... There was originally supposed to be, I think it was, like, 3 more expansions, like, DLC expansions, where they're going to tell more stories or whatever of the characters in the world or whatever.
I'm down in the dumps of carelessness. Buy something if you want. Or no.
Cocalina, why are you sad? Don't be sad, Cocalina.
Chocolina, no.
Stitch, you're plenty cute.
Stitch, stop lying. You're incredibly cute.
And, like, I kind of want to play... I mean, I could just play through the DLC. I don't have to play through the game to get through the DLC, and maybe that's something I'll do some weekend. Just force myself to get... Because I wouldn't mind seeing those, because, like, it is pretty neat that they went back and showed you some of the parts that those characters... They, like, leave your party for a bit, and that's where all the DLCs take place, so you get to see the things that happen to them rather than just hearing about it after the fact, right? And the characters are pretty vague about what happened when they were gone, you know what I mean? For that very point of that whole DLC being a thing, you know? I don't know, there's a lot of really bonkers decisions.
You can't stop now. That's just what Caius would want.
Oh, that's right. This guy has a great ability as a synergist. I should put points into you. And then immediately it becomes more difficult.
Why is Stitch holding us at gunpoint? Oh no. I'm getting so many tears of remorse. I am also apparently still heading the right way because I'm getting cutscenes, so that's good.
Okay, so...
Your very existence poisons the time.
Caius' sword has a magic creepy eyeball. Should I be concerned?
He really is convinced we're the cause of
it's Xehanort. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Vermin. If this tragedy is to come
He
to
does
an
have going
end,
back in time potions.
No
So.
trace of you can remain in this reality.
Are we finally gonna be able to fight Caius?
Catch him and make him tough.
Take it easy.
I just want to see what abilities I'm putting on. Dang it, game. Ravager. I don't have any other good Ravagers, do I? I don't. Well, that one's going to have to stick with it then. And I don't have my synergist up to speed for the end spells. Oh yeah, I'm eventually gonna have to really get rid of my or I need to boost the HP of my other 2 little menu or my party members. It's like I have a commando that has 4,000 HP, and then my medic and Ravager little monsters have 700.
Oh boy.
It's like, oops.
I think you're way higher level than I am because my party has around 2,000 HP.
this, no, this. Cross. The rest is fine. Yeah. Let's do that. Oh wait, there's a fragment skills thing. What was? Oh, that's right. I forget how you get these. You mentioned them. I forget how you unlock them.
I mentioned what?
The fragment skills.
The casino. I had to talk to the Oracle person.
Like, yeah, I have them unlocked. I don't know how to unlock more of them.
Oh, you have to take fragments back to them.
Oh.
Is what they explained to me.
Oh. Well, then I should probably do that at some point. Uh-oh, that's bad. Well, I still don't have a frickin' Phoenix down, you jerks! Use your potion, you fool! God damn it! God damn it. I should come back to this area later. These enemies are wiping the floor with me.
Oh no, the car crashed. Didn't do a thing.
Or apparently they're not. I'm just attacking the wrong enemies first.
Which part was that?
He thinks we're his
Yeesh,
enemies because
that.
of something that happened in the past. So
That was
we
bad.
travel back in time and find out why.
You mean go back 200 years and look for this tower? Okay, let's find a gate and figure it out.
That.
Hey, do you think there could be a gate on the far side?
And Kaya smashed the bridge to block our path? Who thinks that's gonna stop us? He can think again.
Jump. There we go.
What?
I couldn't find the jump button, but I found it.
It's circle.
Why is it circle? It's an incredibly awkward jump button.
They're playing too much Kingdom Hearts.
Possible and likely.
Yeah, I need to get a different Ravager ally monster.
What are you
This is
using?
bad.
What are you using as your Ravager?
Like one of the beginning little tiny imp-looking creatures.
Okay. I'm using a Zerg scan droid, I think.
I have the potential.
He has
I
2,000
haven't
health.
Oh, that'd be much better than mine.
My Kate Sith only has like 800 health though. That is leveled up a
The
bunch.
Kate Sith is what I just got rid of, but I need to get my new one on more HP.
Gonna be harder.
Great. You're a gamer.
Oh, I can't throw Mog that far. I gotta get a different angle. I should probably go back to Chocolino by Phoenix Downs. Nope, I'm just gonna keep running into enemies. Good.
And probably also pick up some opponents to upgrade your healer.
Yeah, some upgrade stuff would be nice too.
Why did the enemies spawn here so intensely? Jesus.
Oh, look! Now he's over there!
Yeah, that area is rough. Why? I don't. It's so hard to tell when you're gonna get a massive boost to the character with your increase that you get.
Yeah.
Like I just got like 3 levels in my little gremlin Ravager. It gained 1,000 HP.
What?
It more than doubled its HP in the span of 3 levels. Like, I don't understand.
Weird. And you didn't give it like vitality orbs or whatever?
Well, I gave it vitality orbs and stuff, but it's just like I put some into my medic and it increased its HP by like 200 in 3 levels up, not 1,000. I just, it's difficult to tell.
Should we fight the big imposing monster that I'm probably not supposed to be able to beat, chat?
Yes. Goons out of here. There.
Wait, I don't think that's right. I think I'm all Ravagers, right? Yeah. Off the balance. One more. Yeah, that's Dagger, at least over 400. Alright.
Wait, what? Okay, when you're going through the tower, occasionally just look off like out to the outer perimeter of the tower, because it's just
what just happened? What
treasure chest game lying around out there?
Game? What just? I don't.
Did the game crash or something?
No. I got zoomed out really far away from the fight. The camera just was like, I'm gonna go hang out over here. Yeah, we can't beat that boy, I don't think.
Get it, Mog.
Unless we could ravage him better. Maybe we could. Let me try one more thing. We are gonna try one more thing.
What'd you find? Another platinum casino ticket. At some point, I'll have to go back. I don't really want to, but I can't. No. Such a high spawn rate.
Alright, never mind. I one-shot 2 of my party. So that's not happening. So...
Try harder.
Y'all can watch this enemy kill me. I'm running to the bathroom.
Sorry.
Oh, hey, nice. I got Dragoon. Please tell me that's a good, that's a Ravager. No, it's a Commando. Damn it. Oh, Noel's gonna learn something. Yes. Oh boy, a Crystarium expansion. Sentinel bonus boost. I don't want. I'm fine with my medics. Maybe I should actually increase my accessory capacity for once. Yeah, let's do that. It's the first time I've increased. Oh, so that's what it means by capacity. Crystarium. Medic bonus boost. Did you beat that boss, Sar? I can't hear you, Sar. Also, you got rated, Sar. By a far. Did Sar go to the bathroom? I can't remember what Sar did. Let's also increase on. But welcome, everyone. Welcome, Far and friends.
Oh my gosh, I got raided while I was gone?
You sure did.
That's not nice. Who does that?
Farago, clearly.
Hey, Far. Why am I having a ninth child? What's the... What were you playing? Oh!
They were... I thought they were doing... The...
La Maluna, no.
Yeah. La Milana, la.
Why is the ninth child the final boss in that? Doesn't make any sense. Because you're like the first child, right? Of the person who destroyed the previous runes or whatever? Oh. And like, if I want to have 9 kids, that's between me and a consenting person who I'm currently not seeing, clearly, so. I mean, I only need 7 more.
It's too many kids.
That would be more than 10. That'd be more than 9.
I will say, that's too many.
My math is off. So, one of my ex-wife's uncles had 3 kids from his first marriage, and then, like, 10 years later, restarted with a person who was, like, 10 years younger than him, and had 3 more kids. So, yeah, 6 total, but with 3 with each.
Goddamn.
Yeah. It's like goals, you know?
Is it? That sounds like...
No. Don't let
I would not do anything for myself ever anymore.
And that is basically being a parent.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to understand, like, his oldest kids are, like, my age, right? And his youngest kid is about the age of my oldest, right? So...
God damn.
There was some years in there of him potentially having fun, so... In theory. There's a lot to explain. It won't help know it. The TLDR is the children are different races that live within the runes, and they're all trying to steal the power. That makes sense. I've always wanted runic powers myself, you know?
Where did you get thrown to, bro? Oh. Got that. Okay.
I'm currently on an apocalypse planet, maybe, possibly. I don't know what the hell's going on. The like villain guy is running for me, and they're summoning lots of zombies for me to fight.
Chasing him?
And so we literally get to go like 2 feet, fight a fight, 2 feet, fight a fight. None of it's hard, which is why I'm just auto battling through because. We tried fighting something we're not supposed to kill yet, and it killed us. So.
What is your special ability? Oh, okay. Triangle. What did your special ability do?
Space hug, huh? That sounds cool. I can't believe we've been going for an hour and a half and I feel like I've accomplished nothing.
You've been in that city for the hour and a half. I've been in a tower.
Well, I was
spinning room puzzles.
Spinning some casino slots for a little while there, right? Won a jackpot. Didn't know what that meant or why I cared.
Find out what he's up to.
Oh, so I need to spin this one.
You hate love it? I mean, it looks like a good time to me, but I mean, like, I like Simon's Quest, so.
That I would probably, if I played La Mulana, I would probably have a similar. If I got used to the controls, I would probably hate love it as well. Because the controls just remind me too much of Spelunky, and Spelunky I could just never get into just on the controls.
Really?
Just never quite clicked with me.
I like Spelunky. I never played the second one though.
I increased my accessory points for the first time
We're
ever.
getting closer to the gate.
For the first time in forever.
Whoa! When did I get
The
this?
dumps of homelessness. Buy something if you want.
That's huge. I got a Medristral Troll Cat crest that gives me 40 magic, chain bonus level 1, and ATB rate plus 10%.
Holy cow.
That's insanely good.
That sounds like it. What was that called?
Medristral crest. It's a weird one.
Thank you, Kyle. I hope my shop is helping people in.
It doesn't look like I have that, so.
I think I got it in this tower because I don't remember getting it before.
But I appreciate the raid, Far. Thank you very much. I'm glad you finished the thing.
Guess we fight.
Oh, it's 75 accessory cost to it, though.
No.
Conveniently, I have 70. It's like, son of a bitch.
That sucks. I've upgraded mine a couple times already, but I don't know what I'm at right now. I should have grabbed more sodas when I was bathrooming last time. Whoops. Oh well.
Take a second bath.
I'm not there yet. I also have this giant bottle of water I can drink if I really need to drink something.
Hydrate. God. I should. I actually really should hydrate because I did give blood earlier today.
Did you? Good job.
I did. I hadn't for a while, and it's just like, I need to. It's But- Oh yeah. Also, another strange thing happened. Well, strange in its own sense, but I'm changing jobs
Yo,
in IRL.
congratulations.
I wasn't really actively looking yet, but a recruiting firm contacted me. Company seems good, and a larger company, which is kind of what I was trying to get back into. And then just like in the span of a week is just like interview with the hiring firm, interview with them, and the offer was already there. Like,
Nice.
apparently I was kind of exactly what they were looking for. So like, it's like, okay.
That's amazing to hear.
And
Another pack.
yeah, it's still a contract, but this contracting agency does have me build up 2 weeks of vacation a year and has paid holidays. So it's like, and I'm like counted as a salaried employee of the talenting or the hiring firm.
The consulting firm. Okay, cool.
Yeah. So it's like, oh, and it's a $1 an hour pay raise over what my current pay is.
Nice.
It's like, it's all around. It's like, oh, okay, I'm taking this, I guess. So, it's like just a very strange sequence of events this past couple weeks. Bubbles, my guess would be that you probably got 2 weeks of vacation a year. That seems to be pretty standard for starting employees. Is 2 weeks, but I don't know exactly what field you're entering, so I don't.
I get 6 or 7.
For certain. You get what?
Yep.
No, repeat that. Sorry, I didn't hear.
No.
What?
I get 6 or 7.
What do you mean 67?
6 or 7.
Also, how do you mean 6 or 7? How is it 4?
Depends if you include like personal holiday time and stuff. Or if you carry over.
God. Yeah, I was not expecting this to happen. Also, I put in my 2 weeks on Tuesday this week. I don't know if I'll go into next Tuesday, the following week. But I don't start until the 14th, so I'll have a small little bit of time where I could actually not do anything for a bit. Slow down for just a second.
I'm technically a business analyst as well. That's exciting.
You're a bus analyst. You also have anal in your head. The downside with apparently it's just a North Carolina thing. Paid sick leave just kind of isn't standard here, which is really, really weird.
It's not standard in Wisconsin either.
Yeah, but I thought I had it for the few summers I worked in. Actually, it might not have been.
I have to use PTO for it, basically, is the way it works.
Oh,
that's up one bucket.
Huh. I guess Minnesota might have been the exception then.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, Minnesota, every place had it, I thought. But maybe it's not. Maybe it's just... But it's weird that that's not a standard at all. It's like... It's good to let your employees feel like they're not forced to coming to work when they're sick. Especially during a fucking pandemic.
Yeah, you're not wrong. HGTV DLC and House Flipper, right? And HGTV tells That's funny.
Unlimited sick days, but it's unclear if they are paid. I'm salaried, so I guess if I make up the work, I'll still get paid. Yeah, in situations like that, it's very weird. Because, like, when I've seen places describe unlimited before, like unlimited sick days before, it's to me been like, well, they'll be paid up to a limit, and then, like, you either have to provide doctor's notice or something like that in order to keep taking sick days off, but then at some point they're not paid. I don't know. It's just from what I've seen. But it's obviously a company basis.
Well, like, so California, Iraq has laws that make it so not only is sick leave mandatory, you're not allowed to lose your sick days either. So you carry them over, like, infinitely, basically. Per, like, California's laws, is my understanding how that works. Yeah, obviously don't quote me on that because I'm not like an HR expert or anything, but that's my understanding of how it works out there.
Yeah. So yeah, he probably should get 3 days or 3 weeks off. It's a heck of a start.
Yep, that would be 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
I think is what I started at, but I've been with my company for 10 years, so. Third of my life.
That is a long time to put in my perspective.
Yep.
Medic. What? Planinator might not be the best. God, you suck. I don't want to go back to the Kate Sith because it only has like one ability. Or it has 3 abilities, but there's no way. That's a problem. But it's like my only medic. Ugh. I have no good medics. Ooh, holy crap. Actually, this one is ridiculous. Oh my god. Okay, well. Okay, we're using that one. I decided to just, I apparently had a crap ton of the generic boosts for machines, and I boosted one to max level, and it now has 451 attack, 303.
Oh my god.
It's like, okay, that's quite the improvement for what I've previously had. Apparently early peekers are very powerful.
Oh, that's good. And interesting. I've never seen that before.
What?
The honor system for sick leave.
I need so many upgrade materials for this monster. This monster is going to be great once I can get them high enough. They can't attack, which is bad. But
what even is this death metal? The best part of this game?
Don't question it.
Just enjoy it.
Also, ooh, yeah, that's Synergist. I need to pump as much as I can into this Synergist. They have Bravery, Vigilance, and then Shell. So Bravery is increased physical attack, Vigilance is increased magic, I think. Actually, no. Vigilance makes it so that your characters don't get staggered so often or interrupted. But then they get in fire and in arrow, so adding fire buff and wind buff to the allies, and those can be very cool.
Yeah, I don't have a better answer for you.
The game is strange. That's the answer.
Yeah, pretty much.
Is it boss time? Oh, this feels like boss music.
I mean, I've been fighting one for a bit.
Oh, hi, Behemoth.
Another Behemoth.
Up. Oh, and it's already in second phase, so that's great. Lever scope. Oh wow, we beat the shit out of it. That behemoth didn't stand a chance. Holy hell. Okay, that new big ass Ravager that I got does a lot of damage.
Hell yeah.
Is that the only fight?
Yeah, that's probably accurate. Right now I'm trying to stagger it again. No, it's already going to defense. Oh my god.
Oh wow, Phoenix Downs are expensive. 1,600 gil for one. Oh my god.
No, let's go to that instead.
Oh, okay. Now I see it. So I've been seeing these accessories that say delicate on them. I'm just like, but why? They do the exact same thing. They cost less to equip.
Oh.
So it reduces the. I think it makes them a little bit weaker, but it decreases their cost. Yeah, that's what it looks like. They're a little bit weaker.
Wait, it's just defensive mode? Oh my god. Why, game? That's such bullshit. I literally got it staggered and then it threw up the defense so I couldn't actually commando it to hurt it. And I remember now that these Cell Lee or whatever they're called enemies, they reduce your maximum amount of HP like as you fight them.
Oh, is that wound?
I don't remember how to reverse it either.
I'm not sure either. Also, heck.
I tried remedying it and that didn't do anything either.
Final Fantasy 13 too. Why not just play Final Fantasy 14? You're right. There's multiple people in this community that would like to play Final Fantasy 14.
I've played Final Fantasy 14.
You have?
Yeah. I'm not playing it right now though because of
yeah, their dumbass president just being like, you know what? Gamers are playing to have fun with our game. We aren't a fan of that. We want to appeal to the people that want to play games to make money. It's like, go fuck yourself. Kindly.
I don't mind that in itself. It's how are you going to make money? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Blockchain and NFTs. You know, the speculative market that's just pyramid schemes and Ponzi schemes.
I mean, I've talked about this a lot, so I'm not going to get into it super hardcore here. I got a trophy. Wild thing. Whatever that means. But, like, there should be a distinction made, in my mind, between, like, things like blockchain, cryptocurrency, and then just the abysmalness that is NFTs. Like, it's not something us in the United States think about often, because, like, we have a pretty stable primary currency and, like, stuff here, right? Yeah. But my understanding is, like, other parts of the world, cryptocurrencies are a real big boon because they allow people to get away from the government being jerks and things, right?
But there's still a myriad of terrible things with cryptocurrency.
Oh yeah. No.
Given that it's one popular person can speak trash on it, and the currency just loses a lot of value in an instant.
Or vice versa.
It is incredibly fickle.
Right, and that speculative market stuff, that is problematic, and it probably needs, like, better global regulation, you know?
Yes.
But the NFT market as a whole is nothing but a scam.
Oh, the NFTs is that boiled down to a singular thing of, hey, let's just change all of this into a speculative market where nothing has any value except for what's placed on it. And it's also a lot of stolen art, and oh my god. If you haven't watched Folding Ideas, just made a video earlier, or like a week ago, like 2 hours long, going very, very deep into NFTs, and it's just like, it's so much worse than even a cursory knowledge of, oh, it's terrible from like the outset, and then you go deeper and it's like, oh, it's even worse. It's atrocious. So if you haven't seen that, I recommend it.
I have not. I'll have to take a look at it.
I was doing it. Oh yeah, I was going to say that. How would I make it this?
Beat the boss.
Pause.
It took 3 Phoenix Downs to make happen, but oh god, cinematic action!
Sweet Jesus!
I forget what happens if I failed in the cinematic action.
Why? I could have sworn you can upgrade weapons in this
Cinematic
game,
action! Perfect! Sorry.
Remember.
Well, I got 0 stars for that boss fight, though. But I got a bonus for the cinematic!
Cinematic.
Yep.
You'll lie.
I saw death. If I were to live, it would bring
Why?
contradiction to
55.
the timeline.
Also, what am I doing?
But why?
It's because of us. Just like Kaya
Come on,
said,
Pop.
we're causing
Okay.
the paradox to occur.
We'll get these back when for now, I want
Because
to
of that, you'll have to.
upgrade stuff.
She has to.
Caius is not here.
You mean he's not here in the city?
Yule, hold on, please.
No, I am not.
I have
You.
antidotes. I can do that.
Cinemax. That's what we used to call Cinemax back in the day.
For the love of Etro, don't thank me.
Was it? I don't remember anything about that. Or I know kinematics, but that's like a mechanical engineering type thing.
An artifact from Yule.
My friend died and all I got was the stinking artifact.
She's showing us the way.
Yeah.
Hey, Tom. Serious question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Why does Sega not want to take my money?
The what?
Why does Sega not want to take my money?
What are you trying to purchase from Sega?
A Bleach Japan t-shirt?
They have one now?
No, I'm saying they don't.
They still don't?
It's like, give me the ability to pay you, Sega. Because there's like options to buy them off like Redbubble and stuff like that. But I want to support the amazingness that is like the team that came up with that idea, you know? I thought I was gonna have to fight Caius here, but apparently not. So that's weird. Lord Bailey, he's called. Yeah. Yeah. No, I was thinking and struggling with recently, like the challenge, like back in 2019 is when I kind of woke up a little bit about like being a socially conscious gamer, basically. Oh god. I can afford 1 Phoenix Down? Cool. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Thank you, kind. I hope my shop is.
And like, it's getting really, really hard to do that.
Yeah, that it is. Oh shoot, that's right. I forgot about infusion. Because it's honestly, a lot of the times it's mostly just been like, I'm glad that the majority of the games that I play nowadays are indie.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because I've not had to deal with that many instances where I'm just like, wow, that's a really shitty company. I probably shouldn't keep financially supporting them.
Yeah, I run
that's just been my
quite a bit.
my luck.
Like there was I was seeing one of those gaming Twitter accounts. Hold on, Revenue bonus boost. Yeah, let's do that, please. Thank you. Was advertising that you can get like the latest Far Cry game for like $15 or something, whatever. And it's just like, well, nope, Ubisoft, right? And like, I really wanted to see like I don't really care about like Far Cry as a series anymore, right? But I want to see what Carlos Esposito like did in that role, because like I just love his work so much from like a pure acting perspective, right? That like it's a delight to see him just eat scenery and be a bad guy, you know? Like I could watch Breaking Bad or The Mandalorian all day long when he's on screen, basically, right? But like I can't, because like Ubisoft, right? So like it's like, all right, well, moving on from that, whatever. And then like, maybe this Far was teasing me. It's like, well, now that Microsoft owns Blizzard, does that mean you can't play Microsoft games anymore? And I'm like, I don't know yet. We have to see how this shakes out, right? Like, there's too many variables we don't know at this stage, but maybe, right? Like, just... it's hard to have principles in 2022.
Yeah. Especially the fact that fucking... it's just gonna happen where Microsoft just outbuys everyone, and the whole antitrust is just not gonna be brought up at all.
Well, I mean, the argument right now is like Microsoft isn't even number one today, right, by market share.
Yeah, but they have enough money to just keep buying their way that way.
Yeah.
It's like Sony's bought like a few of their studios, but they have been like the studios that they've already been working with.
Yeah.
Primarily, like I don't even remember some of them, or like the people that made Returnal. I forget their name.
I don't remember their name either, but yeah, they're tiny.
Well, like those ones, and then Microsoft is just like, here's a company that we've not really worked with that much, but we're just buying them outright. It's getting weird, like as concerning as Tencent getting majority stake in all these different companies.
Look, Toucans, you know what's really, really bad when I feel like I can buy an EA game with the best, like, conscious currently, if that makes sense. And you know that EA isn't, like, any better overall, right? But at least they've avoided all the scandals in the last, like, year. Other than, oh, the new Battlefield game is broken. You know.
Also, I'm infusing the hell out of some of my powerful monsters, and it's making
she knew exactly
strong.
What would happen today.
Nice.
There was never a time she didn't.
But even so, she didn't try to avoid her fate.
It's the law of the Farseers. Seers must not change history to save themselves. Because if they do, they can doom
I can only take
thousands
2
of others to
bullets.
a worse fate instead. How about it? Ready for the truth?
Shoot. Pretty sure this guy has.
The law of the Farseers. It's a terrible thing to live by.
Just gonna take
Because
2 big
to
ones.
obey it means someone has to sacrifice themselves.
Yeah, I'm just starting to
Is there no way for us to save
dump
everybody?
some monsters that
Mom and
I've
I are
previously
traveling
boosted
through
into
these
other
gates.
monsters.
Nice.
Because we believe
So
we
like
can
if you
change
have
our
lower
fate.
ranking monsters that like
Even
use
as
the
we
tier
do,
1 materials, it might be
can't
worth
forget what
boosting
you
them up
said.
until they use tier 2 materials and
She
then
said Caius
infusing them into a
isn't
different
in this
monster.
city.
Yeah, it makes sense.
But if that's true,
So I'm gonna do that
when was
now.
it that we met here?
Now that I've thought about that.
I forget who. Maybe it's Konami. Whoever does the Pro Evolution Soccer is adding an ultimate mode, or no, was it wrestling? Maybe I don't remember. There was another one of those big sports games that's adding like an ultimate mode that basically gives loot boxes to the stuff, whatever. There's another gate in there that I didn't find, but I really don't want to go back to Academia. That was kind of awful. So, are you in the Augusta Tower? Is that the tower you're in?
Yeah, I've been in here for the entire time. I've been in here for 2 hours.
And the new one that I just unlocked, probably. The one 200 years ago.
Augusta Tower is the central information processing facility of the Academy. The entire edifice is occupied by...
Alright, here we go. I mean,
Yeah,
I have a Madden game that doesn't have loot boxes. Madden 64. EA games in the game.
I'm boosting the hell up.
Which I assume came out like 96. I also bought it from the clearance bin for $3. I don't know if you can see that on there. Got a $3 price tag on there. And I bought it. I'm like, that's going to be worth something. He just died. I guess you're left.
Yeah, something I've thought of for a long time is just like, why do we stick so hard, or why are they sticking so hard to the $60 buy-in, or the $60 standard? Other than just it's what everyone's accustomed to now, and people fear trying to change it unless you're indie and you're going lower.
They're trying to push it to 70 now.
Yeah, for like PS5 and
right.
Xbox Series X.
But it's just Series.
It's just like, it
Could this be the
I'd much prefer having a higher buy-in price rather than having a standard buy-in price that now has all these other types of things to either coax more money out of you or coax you into staying into the game longer.
I don't know what my thoughts are on that.
I
mean, I generally agree with you.
I get it. Like it's a part of it comes down to like for the games or for the mechanics that keep you coaxed in. It's like if you make an amazing like Call of Duty style game that has no progression system in it, no matter how good your game is, people will stay for a bad progression system rather than no progression system at all. Like just that act of completing and progressing something keeps people in the game. So it's like, I get why having it there is a thing, but then also but then monetizing it is where I'm more concerned.
Like, okay.
I get wanting to make more money, having to deal with the long-term costs of keeping servers up, keeping developers on and bug fixing or releasing content and stuff like that. But like, there's some games where it's like, this does not need this type of monetization, or just have it be a purchasable thing rather than like a loot box.
Yeah, so like you don't play like any battle royales or anything.
No,
right?
I'm speaking from a very outside perspective, just because I had a more inside perspective on that like 4-ish years ago when I was still playing those big multiplayer games, but I've mostly stopped. So
yeah,
my perspective is probably quite outdated.
I was just gonna say, like, so what frustrates me is how like certain companies just don't get like what is like a good loot box, right? That's where I get like the Halo Infinite stuff. Like, it's just mind blowing how like off the mark they are on that, and like making it feel good to progress in it. It's so bad. Like, I mean, I know that like next season they're gonna fix a bunch of the main complaints I have with it, which is good that they're taking the feedback and they're fixing it. Right? But like you said, Halo Infinite's a game that people are going to play just because it's Halo, right? Like, oh, it's the latest incarnation of Halo. I have no idea how to get to this room. How do I get to those room, Todd?
You talk to the monitors.
I looked at the monitors.
There's one of them does a thing.
Okay.
The others don't.
Let me try this one. Did I not get to this one? Oh, up. I have to be farther away from it. What's going on here, game? No? This side? Can I get to that side? Oh, jumping! Jumping's a thing in this game! Chat! I forgot I could jump! Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Okay, anyway. But like, it's so mind-blowing to me because Sea of Thieves has a Pirate Pass, right? And the Pirate Pass in Sea of Thieves is $10 every quarter, basically, right? So if you buy in every quarter, it'd be $40 a year, right? And like, one of the things the Pirate Pass gives you is like half of the currency you need to buy the next Pirate Pass. So like, you get some of the currency for just like, you get half of that for the free version, right? And if you buy the $10 version, you get double the premium currency, right? So you're getting some of the premium currency. So basically what I'm saying is like, you could bank an entire year's worth of Pirate Passes on the free like version or whatever, and then buy the next premium Pirate Pass for free, right? And yeah, obviously you're not going to get a lot of the cosmetics by doing it that way, right? But like, if you're a wholly free player, like, you're still getting something from all that, right? Whereas in Halo Infinite, there's nothing basically on like the free side of the thing, right? You get like these boosts that make you gain, you know, pass levels faster is like the only thing that they really give you, from my understanding of the Halo Infinite pass, which is mind-blowing to me, right? And like, I don't mind throwing $10 at a game that I'm having fun with, right? A couple times a year, and then having it where it's variable. Like, if I'm not playing Sea of Thieves or whatever, right, and it's not charging me every month to play it, I prefer that over an MMO style subscription for sure as well.
Yeah,
right?
I can see them.
So I generally like that type of content extension when they do it that way, as long as it's done well, right? And so many of these days, it's just like, we need it because that's the way we could make our money back on this game or keep players engaged or whatever.
Yeah, it's about respecting the player's time and money.
Right.
It's kind of the key.
And it shouldn't be necessary at any capacity, right? Like, if there's shit in there that like gives you boosts or like power creep or whatever, like, no, you're doing it wrong. Stop. Yeah, I don't know.
Also, I installed Halo to try it out just to test my new PC, and then I haven't played it yet.
No. Oh no, I wasn't paying attention. This one, hopefully. Cool. I got the password wrong.
Nice.
That's what I get for not reading the things. Yeah, but no bad guys spawned that time.
Uh-huh.
All right, this one maybe. Yeah, I mean, Hollow Knight definitely worth $60 in my mind. But
I've purchased Hollow Knight 3 times because I'm just like, let me give you more money. God damn it! This game has so much in it, and it's like $15. Like, what the fuck?
He might have been watching us from here the whole time.
But like, see, the thing I'm running into now, like, I am at a point in my life where, like, my time is way more valuable than my money.
Oh,
right?
for sure.
We used to spend a lot of time
And so, like,
both guardians.
there was, I think, an article somewhere in PC Gamer, maybe it was Escapist, I forget which one. But somebody basically was like, stop bragging about your 500-hour games. Like, that's not something to be lauded over in most scenarios, right?
Yeah,
I couldn't protect her.
For when getting bogged down with being an adult,
right?
It's like a large time investment is something that's not great anymore. I can understand when you're younger, when you don't have as much money, when you want to get a lot of time investment for a little bit of money. I can understand. But like, man, it's just like I will gladly pay $60 for a good like 10 hours.
Right.
And I'm fine with that.
I would pay 60 hours for something that hits me good and is a 6-hour experience. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
a good 6 hours, $10 an hour. If it gets me, you know what I'm saying, in there, you know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Missing some of my memories.
And now
I'm trying to think about what
up
happened
until
after Caius
Pokemon
left
came
us.
out, I'm just like, yeah, how much time were you spending in Hyrule Warriors?
Yeah, a lot.
I remember your face.
Yeah, a lot.
It like it was
And
yesterday.
I 100% in Hyrule Warriors.
Well,
But then again,
I beat
I
it.
didn't really want to do anything at that point in time while I was playing it. So I'm like,
Yeah.
I wanted a game where I wanted to do not much. So I'm
No.
like, that's good.
Yeah, it makes sense. I beat it on hard, and I had a good time with it. I mean, like, it's just a Musou game, so I love the gameplay. Like, that's whatever. I think that the overall story was garbage, and I am working on it still, technically. I went out of my way, like, to figure out a way to be able to play it remotely with another player. Like, it's the jankiest, like, setup ever to make it happen, but, like, I got it working. And only because, like, I have a lot of the stuff I have because I'm a streamer, right? Was I able to even pull any of that off, basically, right? Because I have, like, you know, an Elgato on hand and stuff like that, right? But yeah, I bought the DLC, and I still haven't unlocked any of the DLC characters yet. And, like, the first DLC mission...
Now we grab him and find out.
Oh
if
my
he's the
god,
real
it's
deal.
so hard. It took me quite a
We have to
while.
be careful. This could be a trap.
There must be some way we can get across.
Oh, so they just explain a primary plot point of this, and I have interpreted
It's being
zero
jammed
of
by
it.
a paradox.
Just
Maybe we can fix it with a key from another time.
none of it. All of it's just like in one ear, out the other.
Just a sec.
Okay, Eric. So
doesn't do much. For me.
like, here's the thing, right? Like, I don't want to say this.
That's more like it.
I don't mind when a game has a lot of content. I mind when the game forces me to play all that content. Does that make sense? Like something like Age of Calamity or any of those Musou games I love because like I can play through this main storyline, have a good time with it, and then if I don't want to unlock every single weapon and power them up all the way, I can do that and not feel like I'm losing something, right?
Let's find out for sure.
But there are plenty of games designed these days where they really try to make you feel like you're missing something if you're not getting the full experience, right? And some of my favorite game series are like, you know, guilty of that. Dragon Quest XI in particular. If you don't play the post game, you literally miss out on major plot developments and items and how Dragon Quest XI connects to the larger Dragon Quest like series as a whole. And like it shouldn't be buried in the post game. And like Dragon Quest is kind of known for having long post games and stuff, right? But again, it still doesn't excuse my frustration with it, right? Sorry, that's my thoughts on that topic. Dragon Quest Dysentery. Yes. You're not wrong.
Oh, this Falsey is going down.
Oh, you're fighting a Falsey. Oh, spoilers.
I just fucking destroyed it.
Sorry, my chat. I'm still walking around down here, you know, looking for stuff. Why are there metal lyrics in the middle of the TGM? Yeah, I mean that's.
Yeah, I Toucan's kind of interpreted what you meant pretty well. Give me wider games, not longer games. Games with a lot that you can do, but you don't have to do all of it to have a great or fulfilling experience.
Yes, that's what I'd like to. Right. I agree with that. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. Yes.
Also, yeah, Juice, don't question the music. The music is odd, but I really enjoy it.
Just enjoy it.
Also, I completely destroyed that Falsi.
Sweet. Can't wait. Oh, was I supposed to talk to you? I'm still exploring. Hold on. Oh, I can't use this console. I guess I gotta talk to you first.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
She doesn't know who
Oh,
we are.
good.
I guess she's not
Now we have a
Alyssa after
looping.
all. Alyssa?
Apparently, a
We used to know a
prototype
girl who
Fel
looked
seed
like you.
went back in time
That was
to
a long
order
time
the
ago.
proto Fel seed to get made.
My apologies.
Oh.
I must recalibrate my previous greeting. It appears that you are acquainted with the original.
Oh, look, it can manipulate the past, so it's back
I am
again.
a duplicate
Good.
of the Alyssa Zidell entity. My design is based on her biophysical data.
So where can we attack the crossroads?
She's a machine. A fabricated life form. Or a living machine. The semantics are irrelevant. Are all the people who work here the same as... Yes, everyone is a duplicate. An artificial life form.
Dude, are you okay? You're not wrong, Toucans. You're not wrong.
Dang it.
No.
Get in there and finish this thing.
Alright. Let's go up the tower, I guess.
All right,
Alyssa,
wreck this thing.
You haven't had any other visitors recently, have you? Like someone called Caius, for example.
The Caius entity came through recently, accompanied by a green-eyed girl. They were proceeding to the top of the tower.
Yule as well? Why is she here?
Okay, that's why we that Falsi went down so fast, because we weren't in the final phase at all.
Is she trying to protect time? To protect history? Do you remember? That's what Caius said to us that time we met him in Erba.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that was
If that's
good.
why Yule
It's
is
fine.
here,
Erba.
we're in big trouble.
Oh, wow, this guy's a lot of
Caius
HP
said
now.
he
Okay.
entombs us in this tower and seals the forbidden history, right? What if that's the true timeline, and Yule is here to make it happen?
She's already
Wreck
seen
this
what is
son of a
going to
bitch.
happen to us here.
Right. Caius said we were distorting history, throwing the timeline into
Dang it.
confusion.
Nah.
If he's right, we've got to be stopped.
Let's get back.
If anyone knows the secrets of this tower, it'll be Caius.
Oh,
if it
that's
means resolving
good.
the paradox, we have to talk to him.
We make the first move. Sounds good to me. Let's get our future back.
Alyssa,
Oh, that can't be
will
good.
you take us to the top floor? Of course. This way. If a person is created artificially, do they still have a spirit?
They say spirit is a gift from the
Ow.
gods, given to humans and
Heal
humans
this,
only.
whatever happened there.
We're studying
Okay,
contradictions. With the
this.
freedom to make mistakes and the will to start over.
This way, please.
Up we go.
Stop wounding me.
What's happening?
Is this a paradox?
Go see what's happening.
Take this jerk down.
What is this? No.
Take down this left manipulator.
Hey, you wanted to fight us in
please.
this tower, right? Hey, how's it going, you know?
Finish. Finish. There you go. There. Okay. That could have gone a lot better. It's fine. Uh-oh, cinematic action.
You've got this, Tom.
Take that! You're mine!
That, okay.
Okay over there, Tom.
Just, I like how they put damage values in the cinematic action for my fight. The damage values weren't that high.
Oh no.
It's just like, okay, I okay. It's fine.
What the hell was that?
This was an effect of the paradox. You just witnessed
That was
an
a
event
terrible
that took place
second
on the
fight by
spot
me.
187 years
I got
ago.
5-star on that? How?
minute.
That was,
So,
I did terrible.
You're saying the real
Oh,
Hope and
sweet, I got
Alyssa
gold nuggets.
were murdered? Yes, after the tower was completed.
I will gladly
During
take
the
items I
Prothel
can sell for
development
money
project,
and buy
the artificial
upgrade
intelligence
materials.
and humans came into conflict.
The artificial intelligence killed them? Because they were in the way?
I'm afraid so.
Greg, thanks for that sub to Farhago. That I just saw that I got apparently.
Oh, fight number 3? Okay.
Are we in the end game?
Maybe.
Are we almost done with this game?
Throw
Sweet.
Mog. Oh god, I hope that's the correct answer. Yes! Throw Mog was the correct answer, apparently. Or a correct answer.
Nice.
Oh my god. Just throw Mog at it. Find it! Oh, damn it, it wasn't the correct one. You didn't even scan Mog. Come on.
Hope and the others were killed in this tower.
Okay, it's
And
buff.
then, after they were dead, the AI took control of the academy.
A broken Fal'Cie was created by a broken artificial intelligence. Humans were betrayed, and then they were wiped out.
And the duplicates were mechanical puppets that were built to hide what happened.
Not good. Wreck 'em. Good. Is it gonna make me choose another option? It sure is. What do you mean Mog can't solve everything for us? Mog's perfect and all-knowing.
Cheesecake and beer? That sounds like a good night.
Also, Scream at Hope is one of the options, which just feels fitting.
Isn't Hope dead? In this timeline?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Something like that.
So how are you screaming at a dead person? I'm sorry, though, now that stinks.
You two have seen it now. You've seen the forbidden history. People who
I
know
suspected they were going to be sold out just from talking to that Target employee and how he said that Pokemon games, they're out by like noon, basically.
It stopped moving.
People pop in during their lunch breaks to grab it, basically.
Looks like they closed the door on us.
They closed the door. If only we had a whole door around here. You
Now
know what
we've
I'm
seen
saying,
forbidden
gamers?
history. Does that mean we're stuck here for good?
That probably doesn't get that reference.
Well,
200 years ago, you learned the forbidden
really would like to
history,
stop getting
and were entombed
interrupted.
in the tower as a consequence. But now you stand before me alive and well once again.
Take this sucker down.
What can that be if not a paradox?
Okay, that's better. Bully.
Do you remember what Kaya said? In his memory, the next thing that happens is we die.
That's why he acted the way he did. As far as he was concerned, we were supposed to be dead. He saw us 200 years later, assumed it was a paradox, and tried to get rid of us.
But there's a way out. If we can survive now instead of dying, that will automatically change history. We can save the future.
Agreed.
Beautiful.
Alyssa and Hope's
No,
fate
there's
are
no
in our
Doctor Who,
hands.
that's for fucking sure.
It's not over yet. Not by a long shot.
You need other things like beer and cheesecake. I get you. It's random puzzle time. Time to figure out your way through the tower. Ooh, a gate.
This is more than just an elevator malfunction. We've been sucked
I'm
into
getting a
paradox.
crap ton of Phoenix Downs from this, though, which is great.
Well, that's good. Proud of you.
Okay. Apparently, I'm wrong on every single one of these. Let's scream at hope. Let's take the scream at hope option. Oh my god, really? That might be the right option.
Okay, let's see here.
Whoops. Nani? What? I'm so baffled by everything that's happening. Just, that was such a non sequitur. Just way out of. It's just, I have no fucking clue what's happening in any of this. It's Final Fantasy jargon, it's techno jargon, and it's time travel jargon, all in the same game.
Did you do the fusion again? And cubicle clips of the office decorations. Caffeine for headache. Oh, don't have headache. That sucks. I'm sorry. No.
Oh, this reprieve or boon? I don't know what either of these abilities do. Hmm. So this takes 22. This is 21. Good. They have the exact amount of. Let's.
Oh, other way around. Game. Confuse this guy. No.
Oh, it's close. Okay. Oh, dang. Apparently, Sarah's Sentinel seems to be really good. One level. Hmm?
I have no idea what I'm doing.
There's something strange going on with the system.
That's cool.
All we can do is try to fix it, and not get our own wires crossed in the process.
Need more sleep in a sense of Bookworm is a good book. Yeah, I get that. I just... I don't know. Words.
Words what are?
Yeah, that's what Null said they're reading, Arok.
Apparently, What do you mean, artifact of rebirth and step into the something of time? I'm just. I'm sorry. Did it say a time reversal unlocked?
Yes, probably. Oh, it's a bad guy. Look, I finally just got around to watching Squid Game this week. And then now that I'm back, like, having Netflix for the moment, like, I got I got distracted by a bunch of Better Call Saul episodes because I freaking love that show. And then I was like, I should probably work on something else I haven't finished yet. And so I started watching Cobra Kai again, but I started from the very beginning, even though I've watched the first 2 seasons. And, like, I'm having a fucking great time with that show, too. Like, so good. So, time for books? Like, what are you talking about?
Where should I go? I don't...
And for anyone that might be curious, I do think that Squid Game is worth the hype, by the way. So,
do I want... yeah, I can explore here. I think this was the area with the time-eating dragon, but I think you can explore a lot here.
yeah, I think so too. There was like a water cliff I couldn't get over though, but I explored everywhere else.
Also, I think I ran into some enemies that were incredibly powerful. I should be boosted well enough now that it shouldn't be that powerful.
I mean, I get you. I enjoy reading too. My point is that, like, I just struggle to find time to do it because, it's
yeah,
easier
I
to
have
throw on a, Squid Game and keep playing Pokemon at the same time. Can't really do that while reading.
Mm-hmm.
easy.
I can read while playing Pokemon.
So yeah, I got
so.
2 gold nuggets
What?
from the last boss. They sell for 8,000 gil each.
What?
It's like, that's nice.
What?
I should be able to get some good stuff. Not really. Can't really get much.
I guess let's go this way. That would make sense, I guess. Oh, shit. We need that.
Oh, shoot. These are the tier 1s? Why don't I have a crap ton of these? What am I doing?
I mean, to be clear, the days I have my kids, I spend like an hour and a half reading. But it's not the sorts of things you're talking about, right? So... maybe I need to start reading them like DBZ or something.
I want to read more, in part just because I have so many books that I've bought and really want to read, and then just haven't.
Yeah. Give me the floaty thing. Game.
Where am I?
Yeah. I started reading that book on chaos theory and was having a really good time with it, but I only got like 2 chapters in or something.
Oh, okay. Forgot that some monsters can increase their Crystarium as well.
Okay, this box floating in the void is gonna drive me nuts.
6 in order to get that. Oh, that's probably. I probably should have. Unless.
It's like I have trouble reading off of like digital devices too. I very much prefer physical media if at all possible. The tactile sensation of turning pages, the ability to ruin my books by dog-earing every single time I end for the night, you know. These are all parts of reading that I enjoy. Oh, I'm being so dumb. Mog, go grab that thing. There we go. That was the solution after all. Reasons. What do you reasonings me? What? Do I need to like adjust something or something? Yes. Mary Tyler, exactly. Master gets my references because they're as old as I am. Haha. Which is as old as dirt, chat. Just don't forget it.
Level 77! Sweet Jeeves! That's not happening.
I mean, I'm level 60 something with my character.
No, for a monster. That would take so many parts.
Oh.
I would take a ridiculous amount of parts.
Gotcha. I haven't found Chocolina yet. She's in the tower, right?
Yeah, she's in a couple of the floors in the tower. Alright. Oh, that's the floor.
This is the advantage of being behind on Tom. So I can just ask Tom. Like, Tom! I probably should have asked about the stupid box that was floating out in the void. Be like, I can't find any way to get to it. And you probably would have been like, throw the mug! And I'd have been like, oh yeah. What we got there? Some more convenient. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a big fan of audiobooks because I can like listen to them while I'm driving and stuff. That's my big love, if you will.
Oh, there goes all the money that I just.
What am I rubbing in? Oh no. I'm not trying to rub in your lack of audiobook. I'm just saying that it's a convenient way for me to consume media because of like when I was working in the office, I had to drive, a half an hour plus every day basically, right? And then like when I'm on longer trips or stuff, like probably tomorrow when I make this hike up to my other family up north, which is about a 2-hour drive for me, I'll probably throw an audiobook on. Yeah. But, why would I do things for free when I can give Audible $15 a month for one free audiobook per month? If you use special code McAnalystTom at checkout.
Why would it be mine?
Also, that's not real.
I've never gotten approached for any sponsorship.
Really?
At all.
I was approached for some joystick rubbers or whatever, you know what I'm talking about? The ones where it's like...
I think Liz also is actually actively sponsored by them.
Get the extra grip you need to be the pro gamer. And I was like, I appreciate the offer, but I'm good. So...
Have a good din.
Enjoy, Iraq. That sounds so wrong. I mean, what else would you call them? That's also probably why it was probably a good thing I didn't take the sponsorship, right? Get your joystick rubbers on, gamer.
Amazing.
They're simple to apply. You simply, hold the... Might as well call it a foregrip. Oh my god. I don't know. I've never had something like that, and like on controllers where I've lost them, like that'd be nice. Like the PS4 controllers were notorious for the grip to wear off over time, right? And so like as a replacement device, I think that's neat and cool or whatever. But like making your analog sticks taller so you're more precise when you're sniping and things like that, like I prefer to play shooters on PC so I can use a mouse. You know what I mean? Why is Nell yelling no? No. Like, I don't know. Like, if you expect my chat to be anything but cursed, I mean...
Hold on, I see a Cactuar. Wait, no, I think those are Cactuar statues.
I got a man engine. Or is
a man engine? It's an engine, but for men.
For men, yeah.
I didn't say it twice.
Dimension. I hate it. I hate it. Oh no.
Ooh. A buckaboo.
You think we fixed the elevator?
I got a buckaboo.
They can find the arc and send it up.
Ooh, that's a strong.
The beautiful power of the fallacy, but the scientists kind of more dangerous combat functions unnecessary with no compromise forthcoming. The project faced termination. In 13F, the director of Hope was assassinated. The debate died with him. The proto fallacy was eventually created with full functionality.
The old cocoon fell from the sky because the Fal'Cie who powered it was gone.
This? Oh, now I have two. Ooh, this one learns Ice Blitz and Arrow Blitz. AoE physical Ravager skills. Ooh. Interesting.
Okay.
That might be a good one. Yeah, I'm probably
At
gonna
least
bump
that's
that
how
one
Hope
as
planned for
fast
things
as
to
I
go,
can.
right?
I now need to get more gil though.
Right, but the artificial intelligence needed to build the proto Fal'Cie rebelled against
Yeah,
the
take a
humans.
closer look at this cactus statue.
That's when
Oh
the one
my
that teleports
god!
you back, or
Nope. Fighting a Gigantuar.
good luck.
Heal up real quick.
Two more mana engines.
Okay.
Why am I saying this out loud?
Chain.
Chats can lose their shit again. A platinum casino ticket? Wowee!
Mm-hmm.
Also, can I just eat you?
What? What is happening with you? No.
Are they becoming their future self
Oh,
again?
shoot. That's what happened. Okay. Never mind. I just got absolutely stunned by a status effect. Also, I killed the giant cactuar.
Proud of you.
And I got it summoned.
Are you kidding? You got his medal?
I got
Oh
it,
my God.
Gigantuar.
Jealous.
Okay, I need to, one, save.
Yeah, after that I would.
It wasn't that hard. It does have 1,000 needles, but like all my characters except for my healer monster have like 3,000 HP now. Where is my Gigantuar? There you are. They're a synergist. And they're a late bloomer. They're a tier 4 monster. I don't have any tier 4 abilities. Also, it's gigantic is one of its traits. Amazing.
It's amazing. I mean, I called your name before, but I mean... and I was asking what you said no about, but I mean, that was a while ago. Shed lots of tears. Ah!
Got you.
Why would you bring it back up? I want to make another joke, but I'm just gonna move on.
There's no time for jokes here, son. What do you think?
There's no humor here.
What do you think this is? A stream?
No, not my streams. That's for sure. There's no humor in my streams. Only when when I'm like, I'm gonna totally kick ass here, and then I immediately eat shit. That's like the only type of humor in my stream. That or like a lot of referential humor, or like I'm better at playing off other people typically, right? Like someone says something and then able to interject a funny statement after the fact. In most cases.
Green Cactuar statue summoned a Cactuar.
I just wish I knew.
Red one just helped.
Why there's so many freaking enemy spawns in these places for this like chapter or whatever. This feels way higher than. Did I go the wrong way? God, which way am I supposed to go? I'm so lost. Yeah, that's back. I'm pretty sure. Let's keep going this way. Oh my god, dude. And like, I'd be okay with all the fighting if I felt like I was actually making like appreciable progress, so like leveling up and stuff.
You're getting quite a few crystal points there.
Am I? Alright, we'll see. Because you're talking about being at like 3,000 health, and I'm at like 2. So. Although my monsters are at like 2.5 in some cases, so I don't know what I did there differently, but whatever. I know the behemoth is supposed to be really good, so I was hoping those early behemoth fights that I took, I would have got one of them captured, but no such luck. Behemoth is also really good at World of Final Fantasy as well, because you can make it like the base of your tower. He's very good.
I never played World of Final Fantasy.
I've never beaten it. I got pretty
strange one
far into it, and I really enjoy it. Like the tower mechanics and stuff like that are actually really fun. When you like get into the deeper mechanics of it, of like, it's kind of like the stagger meter in this game, where like as you whack them with certain abilities, it has a bigger chance to unbalance their tower, and so you can topple their towers, right? And like, so if you and your towers topple, then you have like 6 things you control each turn. But if you're in your towers, then you have 2 basically, right? And the enemies are obviously the same too, right? And so there's weird combos where the game will be like, here's like these 2 enemies that like you wouldn't think synergize, they're gonna kick your butt, you know, kind of stuff, right? And I like the chibi art style of a lot of the characters. It's a good time. So generally, here for it. All right, let's. Whoops. Well, I guess we should do a save quick, or here, I guess. Since we did do some objective stuff, and I'd rather not have to go back.
Thought I was working.
Let's see how I'm doing here, EXP wise.
I have so much shit on this one. I've bolstered that monster way too much.
Oops.
I like running around in this big open plain, even though it's slow, but the music pops. Can I not? Squirt. Oh, I can't go over there yet. Okay. That's right, I need to explore during the different weathers. I forgot about that. Hey, Mog, you want to get yoked? Up. Maybe a smidge closer.
Always and forever does Mog like to get. We're going to the 52nd floor. That's like a card thing. With a deck of cards being... We've been going for 3 hours, right? Oh my crap.
Yeah.
This game
This
weirdly
the
makes
artificial
time fly.
intelligence that killed Hope and his team now seems hell-bent on killing us.
So you don't think the Proto-Fal'Cie and the other AI are being controlled by Caius?
No, I don't. Someone else is pulling the strings.
Couldn't the culprit be the artificial intelligence itself? What if something that humans created found a mind of its own?
So you're saying a machine
What do you-
learned
Mog,
to think for itself?
Do your scan. I see the invisible
Then it
chest.
wouldn't need anyone at the controls,
Hey.
would it?
We should search for the AI
Oh, now I
mainframe.
get. I have so much more
Maybe we'll
Phoenix
find out
down now.
what's really going on.
Yeet! That's close
We're
enough,
almost at
right?
the top floor.
Mog, open
That's
it.
where Caius
Open
is.
it. Good job. Good
Better
Mog.
get our hands on an access key then.
Another invisible chest. Come on, scan. Stop lagging behind.
That wasn't even a warm-up.
Oh, nice. All right. Does that clear this entire cycle? No. it doesn't.
Oh, what the hell are these?
I'm sorry, are these... What are these? Oh, I thought they were strong enemies. They're weak.
What's this? There's an enemy over there. What's this? Is he strong enough to care? What's this?
To fight me, it would dare.
There you go.
I tried.
Let's give Tom some hyperclaps in chat.
I did a rhyme.
And it was right on time. Which
God
is,
damn it.
I hear, tricky. Tricky.
Also, keep an eye out for chests that are floating out like in random places. They seem to have very good rewards in them for yeeting Mog, like very high upgrade materials.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Can I eat you over there and not have to worry about this later?
You got this.
And the answer was yes. No one make the min engine joke. It's fine. We don't need it.
Also, I'm apparently getting like every single monster in these planes,
Nice.
which is very nice.
I just got a Dragoon.
Oh, I can't. Dragoons were not the super powerful ones I have now. It's the other two robotic ones in that area, though, like Fencer and Fencer and Orion are my two super powered monsters now.
Nice. I did get an Orion.
I would suggest investing. They are strong. What did I... Got you. Oh, yes. You're just there.
I pick why we burning down houses again.
Don't just let Pick burn it down. It's
I like my house.
you don't need it. You might need it.
It's where I store all of my things. And my kitties.
And the kitten? Oh my.
You got this.
Can't believe Pick is burning my house down.
I can.
Magi Seal Crest. I think that's the thing you said, right? That was like super good.
Yeah, magistral crest. Very, very cool. Next weather pattern, please. Dry thunder. Does this get us anything? Ooh, let's see fights here.
Looks like we lost.
Dang it. Curse you, auto battle.
You need an auto battle system where you don't have gambits to customize your abilities.
Yeah, that's one of the downsides of this battle system for sure. Is because you don't have such active control over it. Your allies are sometimes doing things you really don't want them to do.
Well, that, and also if you're just doing like the grindy fights, there's almost no reason not to just auto battle it. Because it does well enough that, you know, more important that you're doing the right paradigm.
It's one of the things that makes a speed run of this series of games really, really fascinating.
Yeah.
Is how much they've learned to manipulate what your allies and the AI does.
That's a good point. I didn't think about that.
It's very, very impressive.
I just have 2 Ravagers and a Commando, and that seems to be good for most of the bog standard fighty fights. Hey, Bog, I'm gonna chuck you over there.
You got this.
Stop whining and bring me the delicious, delicious snacks. Now I'm gonna chuck you this random direction just for the fun of it. Oh, good, more Dragoons. An analog circuit. Ooh.
Guess it just changes up what enemies I'm seeing. For now, at least. Maybe need to look harder under the different weather patterns, though. Ooh, that's a new type of enemy. Shoot! They got the jump up. No! Stop doing single targets, you idiot!
No one's hurt, right?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like weather changed much of this. Dry lightning ain't quite enough to make the difference, I suppose. I was expecting this to pan out a lot more than it is.
What about what now? Sorry.
With this area.
Oh, okay.
I was expecting there. I didn't search here because I didn't think it had much. But I thought the weather patterns would like make a large difference. Oh, that was a boss one. I thought that one.
And does it or does it not?
This weather pattern doesn't seem to dry light. Doesn't seem to change much. But others could. Is this? Oh boy! Let's fight him. Oh, let's fight the big boy. Let's see what happens. Oh boy, you have a lot of HP, sir. Oh, you have a ton of HP, sir. Ooh. I don't think I can do anything against this enemy.
Like that one guy that I saw on whatever the city was called.
Mm-hmm.
Where like his health moved. Like I had him at like 500% staggered. And I hit him once in this health bar. You can see like 1 pixel of damage basically.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Dang it! I think I can do it. Dang it! Stop!
Oh no.
God damn it!
Easy.
Damn it! What is the? Why are you at the bottom? Oh.
Am I supposed to?
Okay, here we go.
Ah, yes, another Orion.
Build up.
My favorite.
No! Well, that didn't work. Yeah, that enemy is way too strong. Like, I had them at 999.9% chain, and I was still doing... I was starting to see some ticks of damage. Not enough to kill it, though, for sure. Okay, other weather. This is fog?
Yeah, I guess I'm supposed to go back there. Okay. Stupid game.
Oh, what a you! You seem like you're very strong, and ooh, you are pretty strong. Ah, you're manageable. This doesn't. It looks like it's just changing fight spawns. Like I'm not really able to explore much else, which is disappointing.
That wasn't even a warm-up.
Okay.
Congratulations, Fire. Glad to hear Division 3 Diamond.
Nice. Oh. There was a Rocket League showcase at AGDQ this year.
Ooh.
It was damned impressive.
It was ridiculous. Interesting. Maybe I'll have to take a look at it.
Do it.
Some of the off-the-ceiling stuff always breaks my brain the most.
No, they were playing a lot of custom-made maps, and they got wild. And what they had to do to pass some of those maps is like, oh, okay, just like very ridiculously hard and difficult things. Like one of them was platforms. Like you had to deliver the ball from one side of this long circuitous map to the other, but the ball phases through the ground.
Oh no.
So you have to dribble it on top of your car the entire way across.
Oh.
Which is like,
that.
Oh god.
Yeah, that's hard. And then to do it quickly.
Mm-hmm. It was really impressive. Oh, this I'm gonna save real quick. So I did find one thing in the windy area. I found a golden Cactuar statue.
Oh.
Which could be dangerous or could be fun. No, I didn't. I forget that the save doesn't bring up the PS3 save menu. So I keep hitting save twice and wasting it.
Yeah, it is weird. Like a quick save almost or something.
Mm-hmm. Ooh. Oh, this teleported us across. Okay, that's awesome. I did finally find access to the other half of the area.
Heck yeah. I knew you could do it, Tom. I had faith in you.
Oh, that was a beautiful Ruinga. Get it, Mog. Ooh, that's a weapon? Okay. It's kind of works, but
That wasn't even a warm-up.
it does have critical shield.
Ooh.
So I get boosted physical and magic resistance when my HP is critical. Is it worth the decrease in strength specifically? Probably. I'm gonna.
Information is accurate as the year 2085. The 5-foot West Tower is the side of the gate that behaves differently from the standard time portal, instead leading to a virtual space within the AI mainframe. At the special gate, one must climb to the top of the tower directly. Okay.
This is the last key. Next up, the very top floor.
And that's where Caius is waiting for us. Someone who looks...
You might be up there with him, Kupo.
You might be right. Head away. Why would the Cirrus come here?
Dang it.
A vial of phoenix blood, huh? Wonder what that's for.
Phoenix blood is a phoenix down plus that gives them haste when they're revived.
Oh, okay.
It's like, oh, that's actually really, really strong.
Yeah. You know who else is really, really strong here, chat? Tom.
I'm not. I just gave blood to...
I saw you bench press a VW bug. Don't lie.
A what?
VW, you know, real quick.
I forgot about those cars until now.
Well, I didn't say if it was like the old ones or the new ones, so leave it up to the imagination, I guess, right?
No one's hurt, right?
Can I get what I'm saying?
Over there, Mog.
Sweet.
Oops. Oh, this tower is a lot.
It really is. Okay, on that. Back. It says they're a late bloomer, but man, that's very late bloomer.
I also haven't found, what's her name yet?
Chocolina?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
This two. Ooh. I can get a couple levels in on my Gigantor.
Oh, nice.
I want. I'm gonna reach level 5. I want to hit level 6. Dang it. Heck 'em up. Wait, was that? Am I getting? I am. I'm getting rank 4 materials from these fights.
Heck yeah, Tom. You're at least a rank 4 in my book.
Ooh.
Hey, Crystal. Thank you very much for that raid. What were you playing today, Crystal?
I'm curious if that golden Cactuar statue stays permanent once I've gotten it. That way I can get to this section of the map at different weathers. Have to find out. Mog! I want... Oh, God. Mog, you fool! You are lagging behind me.
The only thing I heard about the new Guardians of the Galaxy game was that the banter gets a little old. But otherwise, yeah, a lot of positive things for it. But I haven't played it yet myself either. I'm glad you're enjoying it though. Alright, so a ditty about Nalabai, huh?
God.
Of course it has to be about you. That's the whole shtick, is like somebody does the ditty redeem and then I embarrass them by singing a song about them. But I feel like I've already ragged on you enough today about not having Pokemon, so...
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, sir.
Yeah. I had to really go. I was in a call last night with like 3 other people all playing at the same time, and I was like, "You have Nal over here playing Triforce Heroes," but well, in like a playful, like haha hee way, not like a jerky put you down or put you in your place way. You know what I mean? Like.
It's great when Mog legs behind you and you want to do a pulse and Mog's legging behind so far that it doesn't hit it. Even you're standing right next to it. It's like, Mog, please.
Mog, please. Oh, Mog, please emote would be amazing. Too bad this game isn't more popular. Okay, let's see here.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever heard of this streamer that's at least 10 years old. Nalabai. Twitch.tv/Nalabai. You can go and see them play some Legend of the Zelda all day. Nalabai.
Don't forget about Tingle.
Nalabai. Secretly, I think that they want to be the Tingle Fairy guy. Yep, at least 10 years old. There you go. I'm gonna grab a soda and probably.
This could be amazing or very dangerous. I found a blue chocobo.
Oh, they are scary, I think.
Ooh, I'm not doing much damage at all.
I can't prove anything. That's true, right? If it uses Choco Meteor, you're gonna be screwed. At least the red one.
Yes, I am.
The red one that I had did that to me, and it was a bad time. Oh, but I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I have my headphones. My cabbages.
Stop punching the shit out of Sarah. Asshole. Yeah, one more volley of this should do. Let's go for the kill. God! Let's go. Blue chocobo get. Hell yeah.
You want to go eat? No? Okay. What? Hi! I hope that got picked up, because that was very loud. And very direct. Hi. Yes, I know. You want to go eat?
Meow.
Who would hit the bowl, because you were out. Let me pet you like this for a second. Yeah, okay. Also, I can't hear Tom at all, so I hope I'm not talking over Tom.
I got the blue chocobo.
Yeah, hang on. You want to go for that's fine. Cool. Okay, headphones. Alright, I can hear you now, Tom.
I got the blue chocobo.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Nice.
It put up a bit of a fight, but it was manageable. Oh. Let me get one of these. I think this is the stupidly strong thing that is used in the speedrun.
Is it? Okay.
No, I'm just fighting a micro chew. Little mini Ochus.
Oh, hello, Behemoth.
We're getting close. Let's take it down!
We can do it. For Hope, for Alyssa, for Academia.
For Academia! I think the main basin Type 0 is called Academia as well, by the way. I wonder if that's intentional or not. Let's boost everybody really quick before we, because this will be a more real fight. Yep.
Oh, okay. That's strong. But it's not But it's a synergist.
Let's go ahead and ravage.
Doesn't look like it's over here. Are you not gonna let me escape?
We
Please
barely hurt that behemoth. Why is it what? Game? Why are we ending the fight?
This must be the heart of the system. I know it's a machine, but it seems like it's
Is there
almost
any other
breathing.
strange wind gusts that I can
Melissa
check
was
out on
telling us
this
is true.
weather?
Yule and Caius should be up here as well.
But are they with us or against us?
They're against us. Caius is definitely the bad guy. He was fighting lightning in the opening cinematic. Why are they trying to pretend like he could be a good guy?
But what if Lightning's secretly the bad guy?
Why would they make a whole game about lightning being the bad guy?
I don't know.
Also, I kind of remember, I believe the canon ending in this one. Ow! Apparently there's multiple endings, right? Anyway. You have no connection to Tingle now? How dare.
Can't believe Niles lied to us this entire time.
I can. It's very easy for people to lie.
Oh, that's bad. Please don't upgrade.
It's like the liveliness has been sucked out of the Augusta Tower lately. The people there are all so quiet and almost robot-like. Although, I'm not human, so what do I know? Anyway, back to business. Open up that wallet and shower me with Gil.
If they're not human, what are they?
Okay. Let's try the last weather. And now I want to see if that golden cactuar remains.
When a man loves a chocobo very much. Oh no. The Chocolina deep lore. Are these what?
Oh, I think the golden cactuar stays. Shit. So now I need to test if there's anything different over there if I go in there. Is this another blue chocobo? No, it's a red chocobo. I want my red chocobo. Oh, I didn't capture the red chocobo. What the hell? Game, come on.
God damn it, no. It almost made me choke on that orange.
Okay, let's try this again, red chocobo. Please enter my party.
It's really quiet around here, so I've been talking to myself a lot, trying to keep things lively, you know?
Choco ranges are completely different. What? Or choco races?
Choke oranges.
Oranges. Choco oranges. Oh my god. Get it. I get it now. You're not wrong. Those are completely different.
Red chocobo, please. I want you in my party. Why do you deny me?
Over there, Mom. Yule, are you on your own?
Well, epic.
I brought you this.
Why? What should we do with it?
You must protect the timeline. I saw you in Erba. I trust you. I believe in you.
Wait, no, that's the same.
We're in the same time as when we met in Erba. So you're the same Yule?
Yes.
Oh, why did I...
Who are you? Who are the Farseers?
Why am I fighting slimes?
I am the Cirrus of the
Or not
oldest tribe
slimes,
on Pulse.
slugs.
My visions of the future are recorded and stored in the Oracle Drive.
Welcome back, Era. What did you make for dinner?
Is long in the past. There is no more need to record the prophecies. I have Caius now.
What do you mean?
He is tasked with protecting the Cirrus and remembering her visions. Now and forever, he will remember the entire timeline. Caius. He is beyond death.
What? You mean he can't die ever?
The Cirrus possesses the eyes of Etro, and inside Caius
Badovan
beats the
chicken
heart
with
of
mango
chaos.
chutney sauce with green beans
The
and
goddess
mustard
has gifted him
seeds.
the curse of eternity.
That
He is a
sounds
guardian,
very good.
and his mission is to protect the Cirrus. The power to see the future
Yeah.
is a terrible weapon. It can turn history into chaos.
Doesn't look like anything changed in the rain.
Understand? Why are you helping us? I mean, you do know we're trying to change history, right?
History has already been broken.
Oh no.
The timeline had been
Ooh, these are
twisted before I met
different
you.
micro
The
chews.
distortion leads to a future of death and destruction. If you change the future, you can change the past and correct the distortions. The miracle that saved Cocoon has already been altered. Someone who is meant to survive did not come home.
Oh wow, I
Someone
need
who
to get
was
rid
meant
of
to
you
survive.
ASAP.
You mean my sister? You do, don't you? You're saying that lightning shouldn't have disappeared that day.
It was because the
Heal
future was
up.
changed.
So if we keep traveling through the gates
Get
and
back
resolve
in there.
all
I
the
need-
paradoxes that are happening,
Yeah.
That
If you
healer
change the
needs to
future
go. That
again,
healer
the
is
true past will be restored,
devastating
the
me.
past that you still remember, Sarah.
I hope I get
Together,
this
the two
healer
of
because
you
that
will
healer
correct
is
the
doing
timeline.
work for them.
did you hear that, Noel? We've been doing the right thing all along.
I can't build a
Yes.
chain on this sucker.
Can you tell us something else? Someone has been laying traps for us inside this tower. Do you know who's behind
Okay,
it?
it's down.
Your enemy. It is here inside the tower. It has generated the contradictions that threaten you.
Heal, heal,
The
heal.
machine is sentient.
Ah,
A machine. So the Caius who we met earlier in academia.
heal for the
he
love
was-
of God.
An imitation created by the machine.
And what about the other Caius? The one we saw in the tower?
He is real. He brought me here. And when we are finished, he will take me away.
Don't be taken away. We're gonna have music, huh? Sweet.
Yes, go. And please,
God.
let me see a new future.
We'll do it.
Good.
This fight was much more rougher than it needed to be. That healer made a world of difference.
Everyone is smiling. This is the future I wanted to see.
I also just realized I forgot to upgrade my masters, even though I bought materials to upgrade them. Whoops.
Oh, you're a synergist. I did get the healer that I was fighting against, but they're a synergist. They have in fire and in frost. Oh, they have all the end spells. Yeah. I want that. As
I shall remember your pain. It will be carved
I
in
just
my
got in
heart,
fire, and then the next
together
one is
with the
level 20. It's
memories
like,
of every other Yule.
son of a
Cursed
bitch.
to die this way.
They really do in this game. No, they really do. Yep. I agree. Also, their sword has a magic creepy eyeball. Would you like to guess who designed them?
I'm worried about Yule.
Heck,
Yeah,
gamer.
but
Thank you for the raid.
if we're going to fight, we can't afford to have doubts. She's
Hope you
looking
had a
for a
good
better future
stream.
and believes we can
You know,
make
dare
it.
to know.
Look, the fake Caius was sent out from this place.
But where's the enemy that Yule warned us about?
We're inside the enemy.
Proto-Fal'Cie. So this is what Yule meant by sentient machine.
This thing has been behind everything. It's the one who turned the people into Seath, and it's the one who's been trying to kill us in the tower.
I didn't remember that one. Small cactuar. A flowering cactuar. It didn't last.
Get all our buffs on.
No, we're gonna try it. This is gonna end with us dying, but it's fine.
Oops. How did that work out that way? Whatever.
That's probably gonna be death. Sure was. Dang. A lot of work. Hope you're enjoying it. I remember enjoying it for my only playthrough.
Nice.
And then the new one's coming out soon.
Yeah, there are
I
people
think.
complaining about them reusing animations from the first game or something.
Well,
Which I think is so dumb.
Don't redo all the work when it's not necessary. Mid-February. I won't be playing. I'll be finishing through Pokemon, and then Elden Ring comes out at the end of February, so I'm probably never going to play. Or I'm probably never going to play the new Horizon Zero Dawn.
He dropped 3 Phoenix Downs. I wonder if there's going to be a second phase that's going to be even harder.
What would give you that idea?
How did the future Proto-Fal'Cie end up here?
This place must be like the Void Beyond. A crossroads where the future and past intersect.
And that would enable time travel. Noel, do you realize what this means?
Don't
The
upset
Proto-Fal'Cie
C-Store.
could use this place to travel through time and infiltrate the artificial intelligence.
I think it's super fun because I was playing it on... Like, that game has like 7 difficulty settings. And like in the hardest version, it makes it like Dark Souls. Where the like mule, like cow ones will kill you in one hit.
Yeah.
And that's what I was playing it on.
Trying one of the higher difficulties for a little bit, and I'm like, oh, this actually is pretty tough. You actually have to treat things with care.
Ridiculously dumb, yeah. But I did beat the first boss with that. Like the giant tiger, saber-tooth tiger thing, right? That's the first thing you fight. Like real one.
It could travel back in time and rebuild itself.
As long as the crossroads exist, you cannot defeat the Proto-Fal'Cie, Kupo.
How many days are before February 18th? 20 days, probably, I think. One last weather condition to check over on that far side. Get the heck out of here. Been spending a lot of time doing a whole lot of not much. But maybe the Dry Thunder area is what I want. Oh, there's a collection edition for Elden Ring that has a helmet.
Is it an NFT helmet? If not, I mean...
Sorry. We've already talked about it today. You don't need to... But along with Pokemon, I've been basically avoiding anything. Just been like, I want to go in as long as possible. I know I'm getting it, so... Don't want to ruin it for myself.
And other people will ruin it for you.
Exactly.
Give them the opportunity.
Would you heal us, Sarah? I know we're poisoned. Don't worry about it. Heal.
A new future has come into effect. Oh, the lyrics are saying what's happening. Oh!
Heal, please. Fuck's sake. Shouldn't have had to transfer out to that Paradigm just to get some heals in. My one healer refused to heal my lowest HP ally.
Its arms respawned. Oh no.
So the one thing that I didn't get here that I had the possibility to get here was red chocobo. Ooh, these are really tough enemies too. Not sure if I'll be able to kill these enemies, but I want to try. Okay, that's not good. Heal, 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 heal. Get back in there. Need to eliminate one of them. Okay, good. There. Okay, should be good. If I could get one of these, this would be amazing. Although I don't think we get the monster souls for Lassie, so it probably was useless. Oh. Curses! I wanted it. Okay. Last weather check. Then sorry you'll basically be caught up with me story-wise at least.
Sweet.
Oh?
That one was way more sloppy.
No way.
Hey, what are we gonna do now?
Cinematic action time.
Let's go.
We gotta stop it.
No!
Sarah, now! Perfect. Okay, my turn. See how you like this. Time for you to go away for good.
It looks like, oh, hold on.
Cinematic action, perfect.
Oh god, not another one of those boss ones. I can't kill those.
Trigger finger.
I found another.
You guys play her up, Lupo.
You saved the day.
Thank you. You did great.
Oh, it's just another red? Why another red out here? Unless this takes me to a secret area.
I only got one golden nugget.
Nope, it teleported me back. God damn it. Well, this was mostly pointless. Love it.
This is Hope's fault.
Huh?
He was the one who started building these things. Proto-Fal'Cie and AI both. But will you listen to me? Looking around for scapegoats. These fights are really starting to wear me down.
I don't blame you.
It's not gonna do us any good whining about the mistakes of the past. If we don't stop this thing from regenerating, we're never gonna get out of
Boost
here.
chain bonus on staggered target on attack. Ooh. That is.
You take the thing about the OSHA compliance back. This one, please.
I got it. It's not reaching through time and reviving itself. These are all just test copies of the Proto-Fal'Cie.
So you're saying the original hasn't shown itself? does seem to be a little different every
11,000.
time we fight
I
it.
can rebuild some
Right?
reserves
And if
for
that's true,
We
upgrades.
just have to keep taking out copies until only the original Fal'Cie is left. Let's do this.
Seems like a terrible idea.
Gosh, I wish I had more robotic monsters to level up. Oh, I probably should have used Gaisho Greens on the chocobos when I was fighting.
Yeah, probably.
That might have done a thing. Oh, that's right. I can fry down chocobos. I don't think that would. Okay. I have fragments. Quite a few more. I got 4 more. Let's go gamble. And then I should always progress to the main area. Probably.
Come on. Okay, there we go. Ah, 5-star for that one. There we go.
Nice.
More Phoenix Downs. Okay, okay, good.
I'm starting to think there is no original Fal'Cie.
I guess my theory was wrong.
Which building has the fragment
Machine is manipulating the past.
thing? The fragment skills
There's no
in
reason we can't either.
the
Please,
casino?
I hope you're watching this. Hope, can you hear me? I've got a bone to pick with you. These machines you
Oh,
built
it's the choke.
are driving me nuts. Ah!
Oh, I have.
You did it, Sarah.
Oh, I got
I didn't do
1455.
anything.
Oh, I exchanged the platinum
Least,
tokens
I don't
thing
think
for
I did.
platinum casino whatevers for points for coins.
Sarah, are you all right?
Oh,
Can you hear me?
there's wild artifacts that you can purchase as prizes. That's mean.
Are there? Oh no.
Oh, what a relief.
Wait, was yelling at Hope really the answer?
You worry too much, Noel.
Was it the last one you picked?
No, it was the second one I picked.
It's the third one I picked, and that one ended it for me.
No,
Noel
alright,
isn't
well.
himself these days. I wonder if it's because he can't remember the future. It's understandable. No one wants to think they'll forget something that's important to them.
It's this building at the thing. Yada yada yada.
You know something? When you get mad, you sure do
What?
remind me of your
What's
sister.
happening?
Careful. She might be watching, you know. I think we are returning to a better future.
I'm sure of it.
Is this the? Yeah, it's the same. Okay. Sorry, I thought you said the not figment, whatever fragment skills were in the casino.
Yeah, they are.
And it must be the last building that I haven't entered.
Like one left of the entrance.
It's the one I didn't go to.
Okay. Yeah. Why would I lie, you Tom? I mean, other than for the lull. I would lie for the lull, but... Where is the casino? I can't even fucking find it.
Oh, well, I apparently didn't get any new fragment skills. Amazing.
Oh, well, then I won't come over there either, because I was going to check, but if you don't have it, I definitely don't, so... I am well behind you. There it is. So don't get buried in here. There are different ways to change the view, though. You can look at the timeline like this! We're going to an alternate academia now, huh?
Yeah.
But you were goofing around in the planes again, huh?
Yeah.
Or like
that,
step.
Not really. Wasn't really worth it. Let's go to Academia 4XX. But in the alternate timeline where it's not quite so shit.
Hopefully.
Man, this is taking a long time to load. I like the grunt noises as they land, and then just a Koopo. Oh, that kid just ate shit. Just.
No.
We did it. We actually did it.
I think Yule must be happy now.
This is what you wanted to see, wasn't it? Welcome to the future, you say. Are they real? Now, is that a polite way to greet old friends?
What?
I mean, we haven't seen each other
Excuse
in,
me?
How many years?
How are these two fuckers alive?
Right?
I guess you guys have been busy, huh?
Did you just hear the line that I did?
Yes.
Please
I
come
think.
by
390 years passed.
Your guests at the
390, yeah.
academy. Alyssa?
How are they alive? How do they look exactly the same? Are they time traveling like us?
We'll never get an explanation, probably.
No, we will absolutely not be getting an explanation.
Where do we find the academy head office?
It's probably the most impressive looking building. What about that one?
We literally had someone we could have asked like 2 seconds ago. What the?
After all said and done, you handled the Proto-Fal'Cie pretty well. What did you do to it anyway?
I sort of have an idea of what happened, but I can't really explain it. It was more of a hunch, really.
A hunch. Well, we won, and that's what matters, I guess.
Oh, that's right. This area was huge.
Yeah.
I'm not going to search this area again. I'm just going to go straight forward. I'm tired of doing searching. I've been doing way too much search. Past the hour.
Many hours. Well, you waited for me to catch up or something.
I wasn't waiting for you. I was just doing a thing.
Tom is the waiter. for me of things. To think, like, this is all the little stuff they need to do. Robots, yeah. Robots.
I work at the nearby boutique. I have so much fun choosing outfits for each customer that walks through the door.
Let's go to the floating city in the
Hope
sky.
Of the Academy? He used to be the director. I just caught a glimpse of him. That was the highlight of my day.
Oh God, don't talk about Hope like that.
Welcome to Brain Blast, an Academy-sponsored quiz game. We are currently accepting entries. Your entry has been accepted. Answer all questions correctly and receive a fabulous prize.
Interesting.
Bend your mind to the task and aim for a perfect score. Here is your first question.
Alright, Chad, I'm relying on you. Which role allows you to strengthen your allies by infusing their attacks with elemental power? Saboteur, Sentinel, Synergist, or Ravager? You got, Chad? Which one? You're saying Ravager? I think it's Synergist, though. It says Elemental, which could be Ravager. Alright, let's go for it. No, wrong. Alright, let's try again. Gotta do better, chat. Before the crystal pillar appeared, in which state was Cocoon? Floating in the ocean, hanging from the moon on the back of a false sea titan, floating midair due to false sea powers. Which one you got now? Since you're the only one answering so far. How much have you been paying attention to the story and the plot of this game? Square? No, it's X.
Correct. Question 2.
Which weapon does Mog transform into for Sarah to use? A rapier, a bow sword, a Mog blade, or a card? Alright, which one you got this time now? What weapon? Square, full sword. That's correct.
Congratulations. Question 3.
On Cocoon, what Bodhum event was known for grant everyone's wishes? The Balam Garden Festival, the Fireworks Festival, the Festival of the Hunt, or the Inauguration Ceremony? I actually don't know this one at all. So, probably X, maybe? Triangle? That's from Final Fantasy VIII, the Balam Garden.
Did I buy the wrong fucking weapon?
I'm gonna go with this one. No! We failed.
Sure as fuck brought the wrong weapon. God damn it.
Welcome to Brain Blast. We are currently...
I'm gonna be upset.
What color is Snow's hair? One. How would you know? I don't know now.
Weapon.
Correct. Question...
What does Vanilla lovingly call her Adolian at Chichir? Hector, maybe? Oh.
I fucked up.
This can... We look forward...
Come on, man. Let me get the test.
Welcome to... We are currently... Here is your...
Which creature has white fangs?
I'm upset.
I should have tried circle. Airmen, do airmen have fangs? I think they do. They have giant eyeballs.
They have eyeballs and fangs and wings.
What is the defensive paradigm that's useful when your party's HP is low? Solidarity.
Correct. Question 2.
That's a big downgrade.
Which of the following is coarse? Moogle stomach, chocobo feathers, scale, beast's back, or Zaz's afro? Scale, beast's back?
Congratulations. Question 3.
No, I'm gonna buy the weak
Which
one.
event was the most popular at Nautilus Park? Energy plant tour, weather controlling demonstration, a hologram dance parade, or chocobo races? What the fuck is Nautilus? Nautilus Park? I don't remember that at all. Was it the energy plant tour?
I have no idea what you're doing.
I'm doing a quiz! And if I can get it done, I'll let you know if it's worth doing it.
Here is your
Which does Snow's Idolian Shiva transform into? That's a bike. Not a normal bike, it's a motorcycle bike.
Motorcycle.
correct.
Which creature has the longest legs? Oh boy. A Circatron, a Xiaolong Guai,
Leg
a
for
hybrid
days.
Flora, or a Vertilit. Which one did you say has legs for days?
I have no idea.
That has long in the name. Sure, why not? I don't got any other better guess. Yay! Good job, Nell.
Congratulations. Question 3.
What does Null have equipped on his left hand? Black armlet, I think.
Yeah, it's an armband of some kind.
Well, black armlet, coral ring, thief's cuffs, or nothing. Are the options.
Thief's cuffs or black armlet would be my
Yeah, let's
guess.
go cuffs, I guess. No, I was wrong. Ah! We haven't got past question 3 yet. And all the questions have been different too. Ah!
Here is your
What is the defensive paradigm that's useful when their party's HP is low? Solidarity. That's a repeat. I know that one's right.
correct.
Good night, Eric.
Good night there.
Longest
Take
legs.
care.
Xiao Long Goi. I pronounced that.
Also,
Might be
why
wrong.
were you...
Congratulations. Question 3.
Oh. I
Okay,
found your
what
quiz guy.
Bottom event was known to grant everyone's wishes. All right, we tried the inauguration ceremony last time. Fireworks festival? Oh, it was the fireworks festival, wasn't it? It was. I remember that now.
Also correct. Question 4.
Vanilla makes a big deal out of it. The Chaldean root of the steppe is an invasive plant for which reason? They ward off insects, they contain poison, they contain salt that can be extracted, they act as a guidepost. Oh, it's an invaluable plant.
Oh, I got 400 CP for the first correct answer.
This concludes our We Look Forward.
Where'd he go?
Welcome to We Are Current.
Where the fuck did he go?
Here is your first.
Weapons box transfer. Okay, bow sword.
Correct. Question 2.
What
I like
region
that.
of Grand Pulse can the ruins of Padara be found?
Oh,
This is the only dumb-looking name. Hey, it was the dumb-looking name! Yes, of Missive or whatever.
Question 3.
This is no loving. Yeah, that was not Hector. Hekachon? Okay, Hecaton.
Also correct. Question 4.
Fireworks were created by a Bodum resident who used explosive for what? What was his occupation? Miner out of those 4 makes the most sense. You have an incorrect feeling? Oh no.
Question 5.
Why do people visit the small cottages on the icy terrain of Rudka?
Shit.
Colored mustache.
What was Staz's previous occupation?
What are your options?
Hairdresser, Air Force pilot, train conductor, and gambler.
Train conductor, maybe?
You're right, it was train.
To see the rainbow-colored mustaches of local to sample organic dishes. Watch the dance in Northern Lights. Probably that one.
Fuck!
This concludes our quiz. We look forward. Welcome. We are currently. Here is your.
Bum, bum.
Which creatures has the longest Okay, we got that one. On lockdown. On long down.
Correct. Question 2.
Food though? I mean, I'm hungry, so I get that. Weapon of choice. 2 swords? Or boomerang? 2 swords? I'm going 2 swords.
Why is this also quizzes on Final Fantasy 13 originals?
Right. What does Yuji think of Sarah's outfit that seemed to appear out of nowhere? Sexy, I think, right? No, well.
This concludes our quiz. Unfortunately, you did not
Fuck.
obtain
Well, I'm done. I'm done.
Come on, Tom, you gotta get one so we can figure out what this thing is. Is it worth our time?
Here is your.
Probably no, but... Snow has blonde hair. Watch, there'll be an artifact in here.
Correct.
Probably.
Which creature has sharp claws? Lobos have sharp claws.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations.
How does a Tomberry carry his knife? It hides in its lantern. It carries it in its left hand. He hides it under his foot. Okay, it's in its left hand. Yeah, just carries it. That's an easy
Also
one.
correct. Question 4.
Keep giving me general Final Fantasy. That's nice. In 20 AF, which region was crawling with bounty hunters due to a growing number of monsters in the area? I don't remember any of this shit. Okay, you know what? Oh no.
How many questions do you have to get in a row? Correct.
I don't know.
So I got like 4 in a row and wasn't enough.
The Brescia Runes. Okay.
Well, what was the one place Chocolina doesn't open up shop?
Correct. Question 5.
Is it Serendipity?
That sounds right.
It is Serendipity.
In 2AF, the air shuttle became available on SMS as one of the condensation shuttles that were named after shooting stars called.
What was the war between Cocoon and Grand Pulse? 1,000 Years War?
Hold on.
Keep it up. Question 6.
It's not War of the Lions.
War of Transgression.
Okay.
What weapons
Thank
did
you.
the Sanctum army bestow upon their skilled soldiers? Blaze fire, I think. Yep. That's lightning sword.
What? Desert pastry chefs? Glazed mini flan?
Anything? Hold on.
Hedge frog tart? Cactuar sherbet?
What's the question?
What was the one famous desert pastry chefs couldn't make because they couldn't get their hands on the creature?
Caramelized Sholong Guai.
Are you looking at the answers?
Yes.
Odds or evens? What?
They go to see the guy's mustache? Really? Okay, I never would have guessed that.
Sorry, what is the answer to odds or evens?
Odds or
It's
evens.
just-
Odds if horizontal, even if vertical.
Odds if horizontal, evens if vertical. So odds. What? I guess because it was question 7, so I needed to pay attention to what question number it was.
How many character dolls which is deemed the cutest by customers?
Okay, I haven't got shit on this one.
What is
Look, the song Tiny Lulu.
Cactarina? Tiny Lulu?
Mm-hmm.
You are
Bodum.
intelligent. Question
Bodum.
9.
Odds or evens for me, and I don't remember. It's on question 9, so odds if horizontal, even if vertical. So odds.
What? What is mathematician biggest breakthrough is in mathematics since the birth of Cocoon?
Smith Hartford.
Gotcha. Yeah, Sar's doing real good work into his brain.
Yep.
Final question. Famous lines spoken by the famous actor who made it big in the show Wild Rose. What is Wild Rose?
You're from the Rebel Army? Is that the one? Or
I was correct. It's you. I did it. Perfect score. I surely didn't cheat. Stoic Virtue Fragment and 500 CP.
We wash our chocobos daily. They don't smell at all.
I got a flower pattern.
Oh, I also got a other thing after. Oh, and it's just a aesthetic things.
Over there, Mom.
It's a fragment, which is like, that's useful, maybe? I honestly don't know.
Yeah.
Hi, Hope. How you doing? Oh, did he now? We're a time capsule now. We know we fought the Protopel Sea. It's fine.
I've probably got another half an hour or so in me, Tom, just to give you a heads up. I gotta drive up to Appleton at 9 tomorrow, so.
Sorry, I was too enraptured by the Hope making a time machine and Oracle project and things.
No,
Those-
you're doing plot. I was just thinking I have probably about half an hour left in me.
Okay. That is understandable. You have a long day ahead of you.
Yeah, tomorrow.
The Vile Peaks, found in the lowlands of Cocoon, became the site of a substantial space-time distortion in the year 10 AF. The team the Academy sent to investigate this disturbance was known as the Blitz Squadron, an elite unit trained to deal with paradox-related incidents. For these veteran agents, it should have been just another routine.
Well, I'm going to the Vile Peaks, apparently. Because I found a gate open. So we were together for a second, and here we go again. Here we go. What was the end?
Apparently that's solid.
10 AF. A large-scale distortion was observed in the Vile Peaks, a land filled with ancient debris. The Academy dispatched Blitz Squadron, an investigative unit, to check the area.
Why do you show the jumpy
The
circle and I
Elite Academy
can
force
no
armed
do
themselves
jumpy?
with anti-paradox weapons. Their mission was simple: to find out just what was causing this spatial distortion. However, the airship carrying the crew
Be timed to the platforms flying around? That's
That day, 6 elite
dumb
soldiers vanished without a trace,
and boring.
and it was my fault. I was responsible.
What is this place? Looks like a
Oh
dumping ground.
God.
Vile
Why
Peaks.
is this area so big?
You know, like Lightning told me she came here on a mission once.
So your sister's been here too. I bet that's no coincidence.
Well, isn't that a quickie? Lightning was here many years ago, huh?
Where are we going, ma'am? Ma'am, why is this necessary for your monitor to be floating across this entire map or this entire room? Seems very impractical for you to get your job done.
Oh, shit. I do need to find a new commando. And a new Ravager. Okay, but you're still going to keep going. Okay.
But well, what if we time duplicate them? Oh, good. We have a new MacGuffin. Let's go. God damn it.
The new MacGuffin?
Mm-hmm. Not only looking for gates and keys and stuff, now we're looking for graviton cores. Hell yeah. Oh my god. What the fuck is this game? Oh my god, is well, are okay. So that's how we progress, but it's not here. It's not now. Oh my god, this game. I have 2 new MacGuffins to get. Okay. Oh. Well, guess what this MacGuffin quest means? Oh my god, there's so many. And many of them are in places we've already been. So we get motivation to backtrack. And also mandatory backtracking.
Oh no. I should probably go do that then before I do anything here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me go get my graviton thing started then before I... Oh shit.
The man we encountered was an elite member of the Blitz Squadron. They called him Baxter. He was wounded from head to toe, but miraculously, none of his wounds were fatal. The airship that was carrying these Academy soldiers was attacked by a dark shadow in the sky.
I'm pretty
before it
sure
crashed
some
to
of
the
those
ground.
locations
It's a miracle.
were places we've
The
been.
airship went up in flames, but I do remember seeing you last time. Would you mind?
Man, this city makes the PS3 chug though.
Yeah, it does. But, like, that's all they would have had to do in 13 to make the world feel more alive. Like, little stuff like that. Like, literally, that's it. Anyway. Yeah, they're basically stormtroopers.
All they had to do to make the world feel alive is to
Fill it
make
with
it
things that...
chug.
No. Fill it with cities and, like, vibrant places that actually, like, do things. You know, instead of just ignoring all the world building elements they normally do in fucking Final Fantasy games.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you remember, like, Leo from Final Fantasy VI? Yeah, that's his name.
I never finished FF6.
What?
I got like relatively far, and then I don't know. I just fell off it, or I played something else for a bit, and then never went back.
Okay, well, I was gonna make a comment about there being a grave in the village after some stuff happens with Leo, but if you've never gotten that far,
I've seen a lot of speed runs, but the speed runs don't. Obviously
yeah, you don't
show
go check out
that.
right Leo's grave in a speedrun.
I hear academia is the you can do everything through a touchscreen panel. I'm magical too. I can even prove it.
Oh, Chocoline is magic and has no new weapons for me. Also, I don't have any money right now anyway, so.
Thank you and thank.
What is that?
I have no idea where you found whatever other
Gate I found?
crystals you found. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I literally say that as I immediately see another game.
Nice.
Wild artifact. Consume it.
Yeah, I have 2 right now, apparently.
I think I have one now.
Oh, did you open a gate that I didn't know about? Oh no. I'm maybe further behind you than I thought. That's okay. I ain't no speedy boy, although one day I should actually do that run that I've wanted to do for like a year at this point. The problem is it's a 6-hour run, right? So
it is a long run.
Finding time to do it, and like what I should do is I should just start doing like the first like hour and get that down real good. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And like I'm pretty confident that like I could do better than the current run on the leaderboards because the guy loses to like each boss at least 3 times. So like you just have to do a cleaner boss fight and you know each time save basically. And it's dumb because it's like a game that you can't buy anymore and whatever, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of weirdness to it.
Yeah, there's one of the places it tells you to go is the beginning of the game.
Cool.
So now is the backtracking section of the game.
Well, I was gonna say it looked like we got about halfway.
Section,
if you look at like the overall like timeline thing, if you're looking at that view, it looks like half.
But now that means that we're like
right.
That was like the first third probably then.
Right.
Because now we're doing the revisits before going back to finish the game or the last act.
Yeah. You alright, kid? Okay. Kid just randomly fell in front of me.
Jumping 400 years into the future must be a bit unnerving. I know you must have a lot of questions.
This would be awful in a wheelchair, yeah. That is accurate, no.
What could I do here?
A gold casino ticket.
Oh,
That guy keeps looking.
is this here before?
Do you know a girl named Alyssa? She works at the academy.
Camera.
Just talk to her. Don't be weird about it. If they don't like you, just accept it and move on. It's like weirdo hiding behind a wall saying, I wish I could talk to Alyssa. Fucking anime trope shit. Mog, go get me that box.
And away.
Were you able to throw Mog down there?
Welcome to the.
And like
mine was blocked.
In the main room, I was able to do it.
Oh, well.
I got a
I just didn't try hard enough.
Giddy up.
Can you do your job, please?
Greetings, young man and young lady. How would you like to test your knowledge with Captain Cryptic's
What did I
confounding quiz?
miss
It
then?
can't be. Amador?
Oh,
You know him?
Yeah, he was in Cocoon's army. Lightning served in his unit. I've met him lots of times.
I am
so then I
Captain
need to go to
Quiz Giver Extraordinaire. So,
this
little
time
lady,
zone.
How about that quiz?
That's weird.
But
He doesn't
what
remember
about
me.
Sarah, the Amador that you used to know lived hundreds of years ago, which means... Hey, Captain, you're not human, are you?
Correct. Captain Cryptic is a
It's
quiz-centric
called
duplicate.
Final Fantasy 13 too
Let's
because
get
it runs
started
at
then.
11 FPS. You've cracked the code.
What is the main cause of bullying among the Flan?
Are you doing another quiz?
Yep. Difference in elasticity.
What?
Look, it's Captain Cryptic's quest.
Showing your smarts.
Captain Cryptic appears in unexpected places only to frazzle
Oh,
others
you
with his
found him.
confounding quiz. Try it yourself and see if you can solve his confusing conundrums. Who knows, it might be a special reward. Always somewhere in the academia in the year. Finding him is half the trouble. Eavesdrop on citizens of the city to find out clues about current whereabouts.
And we're still on the easy questions.
Doesn't seem to have anything to
No?
do with the man you knew. Are they really that similar?
Yes. Why not? No. Why not?
Yes. I did it.
What were you doing? Oh, looking for the
I
gravitation.
completed a side quest.
Oh, okay, good. Proud.
Okay. I was one of the few fragments remaining here. But
Hope told us that he invented a machine called a time capsule. That's how they got here.
Oh, time capsule. Nice.
Back in 13 AF, Hope devised a plan to build an artificial Fal'Cie. It was called the Proto-Fal'Cie Project. He wanted to use the new technology to re-levitate Cocoon. But then one day, Hope saw a certain prophecy in the Oracle Drive.
don't
So I activated the Oracle Drive and
know
launched the prophecy. I
what
saw
I
you
could
fight
be
the
missing.
Fal'Cie, and I saw you screaming
Hey,
out.
Greg. Thanks for that raid of 1.
Machines are driving me nuts.
Hope you're doing well.
Well, I was getting pretty ticked off
Gerd.
by that point.
Well, exactly. So we were forced to reevaluate the project and eventually abandon it.
Okay, you saw Sarah getting mad at you, so you canceled your project, and then poof, the Proto-Fal'Cie disappeared. Is that about right?
I
We
really don't know
destroyed
what
so
I
much
could be
as it never
missing.
existed in the first place.
We were following the wrong path to the future.
I said it was
If the
here,
Proto-Fal'Cie
but
had managed to get control of Cocoon,
Ah!
it would have made itself the second Eden, and we'd be back where we began.
oh my god, come on, choke,
Would have been
please.
just like how it was on the old Cocoon.
We realized we couldn't let that happen. We had to levitate Cocoon using only human technology.
Right. Not to mention that if you had kept with the original plan, your machines would have killed you.
Really? Then we owe you our lives.
Just need to talk to everyone.
Funny, you lose your temper and the whole future changes.
We lose our temper and the whole future changes.
I get it.
Found the last fragment. Wait, nope. Nope. Found the graviton core. It was here.
Well, good.
I'm still missing fragment here, aren't I? Nope. Got him all.
Like
now.
a
Good.
fragmentary passage?
Maybe.
Like this game may have been
there's-
designed by somebody? That's your hint there, Null? Yeah. Music in this area is pretty nice. Hey, it's Greg, and he's redeeming a ditty. You know what that means. You gotta be a little, kitty. Sure, why not?
We missed the obvious one.
Damn it! Well, I never said they were good ditties. Greg likes pooping. That's fair, Greg. I am not a big fan of it personally, but
I'm not worried. What we create.
Looking good.
gotta figure out what time I need to wake up tomorrow if I'm gonna be at my brother's by 9. Ugh. Like, I don't even care about, like, not finding stuff when I'm checking places. Like, just having a place to walk around is fucking nice.
Yes.
Like,
Great. That should do it.
I have to be at my brother's at 9. So I gotta leave, like, 8:30 probably.
So, I bet you're dying to know how we came to the future, huh?
You alright over there, Tom?
Kinda. You've heard about the time capsule we used?
I tried to throw Kupo through some bars, and Mog just fucking bounced off him and into some nearby water.
Also, chucking Mog is one of the better mechanics in this game.
It is.
Very good.
This capsule of yours, it can't take you back, can it?
Oh, there's a gate.
Unfortunately not. And considering it broke down after a single use,
Ow.
I doubt it'll prove to
Why
be
am I doing a fight? These enemies are gonna be so weak.
You risked your own life for the sake of Cocoon.
Oh yeah, they're very
The
weak.
director is there with me. Hey, Sarah. After coming to the future myself, I think I understand how you must feel. The Academy has welcomed us with open arms, and we can research as we always have.
You don't say, Mom.
Sometimes I get these terrible anxiety attacks.
Alyssa,
Oh, well, there's the army comm
You
device.
have to let me apologize for the way I treated you in the past.
What?
Maybe you can't.
Okay, thanks. Enemy spawn.
I hope his fellow time
Spawn literally right on top of me.
I just read Toucan's joke before, by the way. That's 100% accurate and hilarious, by the way.
Yeah. Go back to the first town of the game. Cool boy! That is a low frame rate.
The Academy has made progress on its investigation into the 13th Ark. At this stage, there is good news and there is bad news.
Let's finish.
Let's hear the good news first.
We've discovered that the Ark's reactor is powered by an ore cluster known as the Graviton Core. By collecting these, there's a possibility that the new cocoon will be up in the sky in no time.
Ooh.
that is good news.
Yeah, okay. So now you gotta hit us with the bad news.
Each ore cluster provides only a certain amount of power. The 13th Ark, for example, requires a single
Jesus,
graviton
they're
core.
so weak.
We're going to need multiple cores that we can't seem to find.
I'm getting very easy 5-star
Need a
rank.
hand with the search?
If there's one thing we're good at, it's looking for weird objects.
We could use the help. With you two on the case, we'll have those cores in no time.
My God, Hope, I hate
We
you.
have some data on Graviton cores. Check in with the Academy front desk.
Collect the Graviton cores.
What is this? Is ATB rate? I just got a notable power increase weapon that I just found.
Did I tell you? The
Okay.
The Academy has been using
I'll take that.
There's a possibility we may
Seems
come up against
odd.
the man who appears. The war has already.
And I wish I would have had this earlier.
Well, hey.
And we've got the.
This is in the second map that we went to.
The technology to raise the new cocoon. As soon as we have all the Graviton.
How many Graviton cores do they need? 13?
Like 6.
Oh, alright, great. It's not a city. It's a planet. We're trying to float a planet. Don't worry about it too much.
Alyssa told me all about you. You're helping us find the Graviton.
Because right now there's a crystal tower that's holding it up.
Perfect timing. I just got an update with the latest info.
Tell me, is this ore stuff really that hard to find?
Oh yes. The Academy have sent survey teams all over the place. They've searched everywhere, but they haven't found a shard of the stuff. But according to this latest data, our scientists use resonance imaging to identify a possible deposit. So we do have a defined location where a team can start looking. But it's just...
It's just what?
Well, it's kind of in a different time?
Oh my god, can we skip
wow.
this? Nope, can't skip this cutscene.
Sounds like a job for us, all right. Here, show me that data.
Graviton core readings have been detected somewhere in the area of New Board. Yep, okay. Reja Runes. Kurba. Yep, that's the backtrack area. The other academy. Okay. Or academia, whatever. Yashil Mountains. Obira, 400. Okay. Yep. Yep, they're all backtrack locations. You're 100% right, Tom. Every single one.
We changed the future, but it still needs our help.
Amazing.
I bet we can find that ore.
So the answer now is like everybody's living their lives normally and everything's good, but like as long as that Sephiroth looking motherfucker is flopping around in the timeline, we gotta do everything we can to stop him. And I believe the idea is to make it so the Crystal Tower isn't holding up the planet anymore, so that we can actually like turn the people that are holding up the tower back to people instead of crystals. So basically, like, save Hope's friends. Step one is make it so they don't have to keep holding up the planet anymore. Just stab someone. But he has a magic, creepy eyeball sword. It's not that simple. Save. I think it's weird how delayed the like UI sounds are in this game. I keep like hearing it and thinking it's your game, honestly. Get your own eyeball sword to stab him. Have you not put together yet that Sakurai is the one who designed him yet, by the way? I'm just gonna come out and say it at this point.
It's not Sakurai, that's Smash Brothers. Sorry.
Oh god, not Sakurai. I'm tired. I'm just gonna come out and say the wrong thing, alright? Can I end stream now?
No, you're not allowed.
Kojima? No, not Kojima. What is his name? I'm really tired.
I'm gonna let you keep flailing.
No, don't do it. I'm looking at.
I know the answer.
Fuck it. I'm gonna laugh so hard if Nala guesses Miyamoto. Yeah, Nomura. That's the guy. Good old Mr. Nomura.
You got it.
Actually, I already looked it up. Sorry.
Wow. Amazing. Oh shit, I probably shouldn't have hit that. Oh well, I'll do that side quest. Ooh. That's a whole new time. Or a little small outlet, but that'll be cool. Yeah, I suppose it's probably time for you to hit that.
Is it? Oh, it is. Well, where's this Graviton thing? Let me find the first one and then...
It's not in the town. It's on the path in between the town and the big crater place.
Oh, God. Why? What's with these controls?
Don't question it.
Good point. Nomura would be upsetty if I did.
Oh, while you're doing that, I'm gonna hop back into here and finish the side quest that I started. Got the item that I was searching for, and then
Are they like visible or invisible? Or...
They are the invisible.
Oh my god! And we don't have like any sort of indication at all where it is.
Well, not completely invisible. They're
the
like
shimmer.
the chest. The shimmery. The shimmer and glimmer.
I ain't seeing shit.
I ain't seen shit.
Yeah.
Nice. Whoa. It's huge.
Oh, is that a shimmer? Nope, that was just fucking popping happening.
A chocobo.
I thought I just upgraded the hell out of a super weak.
I might have to pull up a map later.
Yeah, already trying. Right.
Nice.
Oh, it has no. Do it anyway.
Where did you see the shimmer?
It's near the water.
No, that was not near the water.
You know, the security bots can do our job.
Oh,
Giddy up.
there's the shimmer right there.
Good.
Gravitation core collected.
Did it?
I think I have all the fragments here. How do I check that again?
Start menu, or not start menu, triangle menu, fragments, locations.
Yeah, I have all 4 here. Okay.
Here you go, buddy. Fix your problem.
Wait, did I read that right? Yeah. Yeah, I didn't see it either when I was looking at it before. I'm like, that looks like a place that something fancy might be. And then there just was nothing there for me. I don't know what the Alright, Tom, who are we raiding?
Good Kirsten. Whomst is live.
Raid Jesus? I mean, we could.
Is there a Jesus live?
I don't think they're live, no. But, you know, the meme of raiding someone when they're not around, you know.
It is true.
I might have to go catch a blue chocobo at some point.
Best of luck. It's a tough one.
Yeah.
There's also a red chocobo there that I didn't get. We wanted to raid someone who is not playing Arceus. Dan and Rena are doing some Kirby stream course. And that sounds delightful.
Alright, so Rena then?
Sure. Raid
Okay.
the Rena.
Thanks everybody for stopping out. Really appreciate it. As always, Tom, good time. Thank you.
And yeah, thank you, Tsar, for joining me on wacky
Whatever
inflatable arm flailing time paradox.
This is, yeah. I only have 23 out of 160 fragments. Oh no.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's so many.
Oh my god.
It was good.
I'll be back probably Wednesday. I don't think I'll have time to stream tomorrow with everything I got going on, but we'll see.
And I'll be back tomorrow doing a Yakuza Like a Dragon speedrun because I decided to be stupid, but also maybe start smart and do a kind of significant reroute. So
get a PB.
Hopefully it changes. I hope so. As well as it turns out, there might be a live split hiccup on the current world record. So they're working on seeing if that is actually the time that it says it is.
Oh.
I think it's just live split, and they have their computers couldn't handle everything, so it might have pick up. We're looking into it.
Well, good luck.
But yeah, we'll see.
Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Go say hi to Rena and Dan.
Goodbye.
Wish them love.
Goodbye.
Root for someone to win the Kirby Dream Course.